Sure, in the movies, this is all pretend, but in real life, you got to be prepared for any type of an emergency.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to this resumption of the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for 2016-2017. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Committee, and I'm joined by all of my colleagues on the committee, Mr. Blumenfield, Mr. Englander, Mr. Kretz, and Mr. Bonin, and we are ready to begin. As we have throughout this hearing, we'll take public comment cards at the outset of the meeting, which is directly. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll continue with the practice of giving 2 minutes per speaker, but we do have quite a few cards. So I would ask that you keep your comments succinct if you can, because I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. So we'll go ahead and begin with Ashley Cordero, followed by Mark Morris, followed by Michelle Kinman. And please be ready to speak. Come and line up and be ready to speak as soon as the previous speaker finishes. Ms. Cordero, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Cordero, and I am the Initiatives Manager for the Roberts Enterprise Development Fund, helping to manage the LA Rise demonstration grant that kicked off in September this past year. Our initial goal was to provide 500 job opportunities with those with barriers to employment, and we've enrolled 200 so far. I'm speaking on budget item 1, which is to provide $2 million to an extension of LA Rise, which will provide an additional 250 job opportunities to those who are experiencing homelessness. LA Rise is a collaborative partnership that takes individuals who've been previously homeless from transitional paid work experience and training to competitive employment. It does this by integrating the social enterprise model of paid work experience, personal development such as access to resources such as housing and health, and integrating into the Economic and Workforce Development Department's workforce system, where individuals get supportive services like transportation vouchers, access to job fairs, job placement services, and training such as security, computer skills, and things like culinary classes as well. The second innovative feature of LA Rise is that we have a consistent job readiness assessment across all 6 social enterprise sites so that all of the employers we recruit into the program can have a quality and consistent referral from any of the 6 intake sites. The third element is that we stick with individuals as they graduate out of the transitional social enterprise into competitive employment by connecting them to a provider that increases their retention in their employment opportunities by providing resources such as financial incentives, financial literacy training, resources to services such as housing and health. As we all know, barriers don't go away as you start your employment opportunities. So we thank you for your consideration for the proposed extension of this project. Thank you
very much. Our next speaker is Mark Morris, followed by Michelle Kinman, followed by Eric Previn. And again, folks, please come to the center aisle so that you're ready to speak. Mark Morris, Michelle Kinman, Eric Previn. Mr. Morris, welcome.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Mark Morris. I'm a faith-based leader for Granada Hills South Neighborhood Council. And I'm not here in that capacity, but I'm here to ask, as a resident of Granada Hills and as someone who's worked with Councilmember Englander on environmental issues in the North San Fernando Valley, where we recently experienced quite an internationally famous problem with the Southern California Gas Company's leak. We are asking that you please help fund the Coal Blocks program, which will enable the neighborhoods, especially we've already have someone in CD12 who will be working as a coordinator, where we'll be able to go through building community, letting the residents of these neighborhoods come together and learn about the mayor's sustainability programs, and especially with such a large concern and ever-growing problem of the environmental issues and sustainability, and especially in line with the mayor's programs. So we really ask you to please consider funding for the Coal Blocks program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Michelle Kinman, followed by Eric Previn, followed by Alfredo Sanchez.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Kinman, and I'm the Clean Energy Advocate for Environment California, which is a statewide citizen-funded environmental group headquartered here in Los Angeles. And I was thinking this morning that it's probably not often that city budget proposals are so inextricably tied to some of the most important scientific findings of our time, but that is indeed the case with the budget proposal before you. The science is clear that we need to act now, and we need to act in bold ways to combat climate change and to stave off the worst impacts of climate change on our communities and our planet. And that certainly begins here in LA. As you well know, LA has a tremendous responsibility to protect the health and well-being of the citizens of today and tomorrow, and in addition, a tremendous opportunity to lead the way on climate change leadership and set a good example for other cities across the nation and the world. And so it's with this in mind that Environment California reviewed the budget proposal, and we're encouraged that there are so many strong proposals for action before the council. But of course, these proposals can only come to reality with funding. I respectfully urge you to support the funding in the budget for the following 4 proposals, all of which fall under the Bureau of Sanitation: the Cool Blocks LA Pilot Program, the Climate and Emissions Program Manager position, the Los Angeles Greenhouse Gas Inventory, and the study on the potential financial impacts to the city from the possible worst-case climate change scenarios. In addition, we support the motion for the creation of the Petroleum Administrator and the Oil and Gas Expert positions, both of which are vital to getting a handle on all of the neighborhood oil drilling problems as well as the Aliso Canyon problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Previn, followed by Alfredo Sanchez, followed by Andreina Baldenegro.
Yes, it is Eric Previn from CD2, and a lot of work has gone into these budget memos. I'm up to 129 or 131. It's impressive. The city attorney outside council funding increase seems completely disingenuous. I don't think we are only increasing by $750,000, because my look at outside council funding is substantially larger as I've seen it, but perhaps I'm wrong about that. We need to watch that very closely. And the conflict panel, as we have discussed before, is conflicted. Burke, Williams, Sorensen in particular are defending the city in a Richard Weintraub matter, and yet that firm has lots of business with the city on other matters. It's very worrisome. And the liability claims funding, I must say, today there was an article in the Daily News about 2 LAPD guys who were forced to ticket people improperly. They sued an attorney named McNicholas, settlement I assume. But the recusals on this end, City Hall, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Fuhr, who take money from McNicholas during campaigns, is not proper. Please. The ITA needs to be properly funded to expand the telecast for meetings so that the public can be visible. We all know it's possible. There's no cost, so I assume Mr. Blumenfield will support such a move. And we should also deploy this room during non-meeting periods for elections, because then we can have debates that are absorbed by city personnel who are being paid for those debates, and we don't have to then, violate, for example, the debate requirement, as you did, sir, by not debating, even though you're taking $44,000 in public money, which is inappropriate. Item, I would say the one from number 266 from Ethics Commission has to do with, once again, a kind of a pay-to-play thing. Mr. Englander took donations from Taser while they were being considered for procurement. This is completely improper. Here's one from the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, who are seeking help with elections. Well, they certainly do need help with elections, but to fund additionally to this group would be a grievous error. We need to, at the moment, investigate that group for what has been improper.
Our next speaker is Alfredo Sanchez, followed by Andreina Baldenegro, followed by Ara Silva. Good morning.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Alfredo Sánchez. Vengo representando al Centro de Jornaleros de Carecen.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alfredo Sanchez, and I come representing the day laborers of the Carecen Day Labor Center.
Mi petición es que por favor nos ayuden económicamente para que estos centros continúen funcionando aquí en Los Ángeles.
My petition for today is that you continue to fund the centers here in Los Angeles.
Porque de esa manera nos ayudan a muchas familias a buscar trabajo.
The centers help for us as day laborers to feed our families.
Nosotros necesitamos un lugar digno para ir a buscar trabajo porque nosotros ayudamos a levantar la economía de esta gran ciudad.
We need a place where we can look for jobs in a dignified way, and we also help to maintain the economy here in Los Angeles.
Los centros nos ayudan a que los encargados nos ayuden a buscar trabajo por las redes y de esa manera se nos facilita más a nosotros. Nosotros queremos cooperar siempre con esta gran ciudad.
The centers and the people who work there help us to look for jobs and help us to maintain these jobs.
Les agradecería mucho en nombre de todos los centros de Los Ángeles a que nos ayuden económicamente. Así se evitarían de ver muchas gentes en las calles deambulando y estamos mejor en un solo centro reunidos y de esa manera aportar con nuestro trabajo.
Part of the reason, the funding for the centers would actually help for workers to maintain work and at the same time help to alleviate the issue of homelessness here in Los Angeles.
Les agradecería de todo corazón su buena voluntad para con nosotros. Que Dios los bendiga.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. When we have people translating, please translate what he's saying and not summarize. It's important that we hear exactly what he's saying when he speaks, so summaries are less helpful. Our next speaker is Andreina Baldenegro, followed by Ara Silva, followed by Margarita Arredondo.
Hi, good morning, Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Andreina Baldenegro, and I'm the coordinator and organizer at the Carecen Day Labor Center. We find ourselves here once again to advocate for the funding for the day labor centers here in Los Angeles. We know that the CAO will be reporting back to you this morning, and we want the day labor community to be heard. I want to touch on two important issues that not only affect day laborers, but the city at large. First is the issue of wage theft that largely affects day laborers, and I also want to mention that this coalition was founded by day laborers about 10 years ago when day laborers sought to bring forward the importance of wage theft that was occurring to them. Day laborers are affected by wage theft every single day. And as a matter of fact, after I'm done giving my comment here today, I actually have a meeting with an attorney and one of our members on an issue of wage theft. The next issue that I want to touch on is homelessness, and that is because our members face homelessness every single day and struggle to meet their basic needs like food and shelter. Most of our members struggle to find housing because rent is so expensive and end up living in one-bedroom apartments with 5 to 6 people. And so they're unable to afford rent on their own. With that being said, I hope you understand the importance of funding day labor centers here in Los Angeles, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aura Silva, followed by Margarita Arredondo.
Sí, muy buenos días a todos. Es un gusto y un placer estar delante de tantas personas importantes que están al frente de un país, Estados Unidos. Yo me siento contenta y doy gracias a Dios por este día y este momento. La razón por la cual yo estoy aquí presente es que atrás de mí hay muchos. Pertenezco a un centro jornalero.
Good morning. My name is Aura Silva. It's an honor and pleasure to be here in front of you, in front of so many powerful people here leading the way in the United States and in the city of Los Angeles. I'm here because I am a member of a day labor center.
Y la razón por la cual yo estoy aquí es porque yo represento la voz de muchos. Los centros jornaleros son para hombres, pero también para mujeres que somos domésticas y niñeras y que necesitamos que estos centros sigan abiertos y que de parte de la ciudad tengan ese fondo que nosotros necesitamos porque es un lugar seguro para nosotros.
I'm here representing day laborers. In our centers, most people think that they only serve men, but they actually serve men and women. I am a domestic worker who takes advantage of this day labor center, and we really need these centers to stay open so that we're able to provide for our families.
Estamos conscientes que estamos en un país extraño, pero también estamos conscientes que somos personas que necesitamos trabajar y que estos centros nos apoyan a nosotros porque son lugares seguros. Y entonces lo que nosotros pedimos es que por favor siempre nos apoyen en esos fondos económicos para que nosotros tengamos un lugar digno, decente, para poder trabajar.
And while many of us are in a strange country, a new country for us, these centers provide a safe space and a dignified space for us to be able to find work. And that's why I'm asking today that these centers continue to be funded so that we're able to maintain that safe, dignified space.
También de parte de la ciudad nosotros somos apoyados porque nos llevan talleres, por ejemplo, cómo preparar artesanía como aretes para poder trabajar de esa manera y venderlos allá afuera. También nos dan talleres de cómo nos informan, por ejemplo, temas como el SIDA, y también llegan con nosotros y agradecemos eso porque también nos llevan servicios para eso. Y también hay talleres donde nos informan de muchas cosas, por ejemplo, nos dan cursos de inglés y eso es importante tanto para ellos como para mí porque esos lugares son de mucho beneficio para nosotros.
So these day labor centers don't just provide jobs. We have workshops on how to start our own micro businesses, for example, jewelry making, workshops and health services such as HIV testing services, as well as other workshops like English as a second language workshops. And this is why these centers are really important for me.
Sí, solamente agradecer la atención y por favor, síganos apoyando en ese sistema de podernos apoyar económicamente que nosotros estamos a trabajar con estas manos, ¿verdad? Honradamente.
So please, I ask you to keep funding these centers because it's with those hands that I work and we want to keep working.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Margarita Arredondo, followed by Lorraine Lundqvist, followed by Dr. Vern Taylor.
Querido auditorio, tengan ustedes todos muy buenos días. En esta mañana me presento así como una trabajadora del Centro Jornalero de Hollywood, donde queremos una ayuda, que nos apoyen, que somos mujeres trabajadoras, que nos interesa trabajar para el bienestar no solo de nuestras familias, sino que para el bien de esta gran ciudad.
Thank you and good morning, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm here as a representative of the Hollywood Community Job Center and as a household worker, and specifically asking today for your support of continued funding for the Day Labor Center, which helps us not just support our family, but support the Los Angeles economy.
Yo he ido a una agencia a buscar el trabajo, donde no dan trabajo, pero el trabajo es compartido con la agencia. Son 8 horas de trabajo, son 4 horas para la agencia y 4 horas para el trabajador.
The difference between this program and other programs, I've looked for work before in agencies, and what happens at many employment agencies is that they actually split the time for the jobs that I get. So, for example, if I get 8 hours of work, the agency gets paid for 4 of those hours, and I only get paid for 4 of the other hours.
Y de esta manera, yo les pido de todo corazón, en nombre del Dios Todopoderoso, ustedes nos ayuden a que este establecimiento siga adelante, nos apoye y nos den el trabajo que necesitamos.
And I ask you, and hopefully with the blessing of God, that you support and keep these day labor centers open because they're able to provide us with the work that we need.
Muchas gracias de todo corazón. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Lorraine Lundqvist, followed by Dr. Vern Taylor, followed by Carol Hart.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Lundqvist. I work at the Institute for Sustainability at Cal State University Northridge. I live in Northridge as well, and I am asking you to fund the climate action programs that are before you, in particular the Cool Blocks program. I've been selected as a Cool Blocks leader in my neighborhood in Northridge, and if you're not familiar with this program, this is basically a great investment for you guys to do outreach for to have block leaders bring their neighborhoods together and enact climate and energy and water saving programs on their own blocks, as well as emergency preparedness programs. And this kind of outreach, encouraging neighborhoods to bond together and take action, is really going to save you guys money in the long term. It's a great investment because it's going to improve our prospects in the city in terms of reducing our energy use, improving our climate safety, reducing our water use, and also bringing neighborhoods together and enabling emergency preparedness, both in terms of environmental disasters and climate disasters, as well as natural disasters such as earthquakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Vern Taylor, followed by Carol Hart, followed by Lisa Hart.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm Dr. Vern Taylor. I'm representing the mission of the Pachamama Alliance, which is bringing forth an environmentally sustainable, spiritually fulfilling, socially just human presence on the planet as the guiding principle of our time. And on this basis, I am urging that we fund the Cool Blocks program and the Wildlife Corridor Initiative in the spirit of that kind of connecting that can happen that the former speaker just referred to. A budget has many functions. One of these is symbolic in pointing toward our vision of the future. This is a very pivotal time in our city's life and the life of our nation. And we have two very stark contrasts. We have Pope Francis and the encyclical and the Paris Accords, reaching across boundaries, connecting peoples and places, viewing differences as valuable, seeing a key and vital role for government and the taxation power of government to bring across a vision that we all can cherish. On the other hand, we have the party of Trump, building walls, separating people, starving government, cutting taxes. Let's opt for the vision that connects people block by block and person to person and supports the wildlife in our city.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Carol Hart, followed by Lisa Hart, followed by Wayne Spindler.
Thank you. Thank you for welcoming us and making this possible to address the council on behalf of the North Hills West Neighborhood Council, where I am the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance representative. I, too, am here advocating on behalf of Cool Blocks, and I'm working with each of these individuals because we're working smarter, not harder. If we collaborate, we can get a lot more done, and we ask for your collaboration as well. Imagine this. What if there was a program in LA that could achieve measurable and substantive behavior change at scale around some of the most critical issues affecting the well-being of Angelenos and our planet? A program that could empower communities to voluntarily take easy actions. Fight our drought by slashing water 30%, fight climate change by cutting carbon emissions by 25%, prepare our families and neighborhoods to become resilient in the face of earthquakes, climate-related and other man-made disasters. Fight social isolation while making neighborhood blocks healthier, greener, safer, friendlier, and better places to live. And what if this program could engage the participation of at least 25% of the people living on any block across Los Angeles? Imagine the implications of this social innovation for the quality of life in our city and for the future of cities in America and around the world. This may seem like a dream. It's a big dream, and the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance is ready to make this dream a reality in Los Angeles through a pilot program called Cool Blocks LA. Cool Blocks LA is the culmination of over 25 years of research and practice in over 200 cities around the world that has repeatedly demonstrated how a well-structured neighbor-to-neighbor behavior change approach doubles our success at achieving and sustaining positive lifestyle changes. I respectfully request more time as a neighborhood council member pursuant to the ruling.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
But I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My name is Lisa Hart, no known relation to Carol Hart. I'm with the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance, and our mission is to advance sustainability and resilience throughout Los Angeles through advocacy, sharing of best practices, and community action. And this program is an example of what we're launching. I'm so grateful to these people here to talk about Cool Blocks, which is what I'm here to talk about as well. We're about to launch this program, and we would really benefit from the city's support. A lot of the points I was going to make have already been mentioned, which is fantastic. So I'll just try to be brief and give you a little bit more nuts and bolts that I don't think you've heard yet. The way this works is a neighbor knocks on your door and asks you to come to a meeting, and turns out most people say yes, and a lot of those folks show up, and a lot of those folks stay for the 5-month program. They're meeting once every couple of weeks. They're getting the nuts and bolts and committing to each other to commit to take on actions to address climate change, water conservation, and make their neighborhoods more livable and safer in the face of disasters. So they come together, and because there's a lot of social psychology and a lot of research behind this program, because a lot of it is about that community building, that yearning for connection, and the mutual accountability that drives behavior change, and in this case actually sustains behavior change, which is something we don't see with a lot of programs. And as Carol did mention, this sort of program has been going on since the 1990s. There's a lot of research behind this one. We're putting a lot of effort to scale this one up by integrating many components that have previously been tested and proven to work. So we would love your help. And connected to that, there's a wildlife corridor issue, which we'll also really appreciate your support on. It's all of these things, of course, are very interconnected. We want safe, healthy, environmentally supported blocks, and wildlife corridors will also support us in those efforts. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Our final public speaker will be Wayne Spindler.
Disgusting, disgusting. Starting on page 199, your disability department fails to bring in staff and budget for the Willett settlement. Where is the ADA compliance officer for sidewalk repair, and where are those 5 staff positions? Nowhere. Nowhere. You cut their budget. They need another $480,000 on this budget to comply with Willett's. And you're not giving them the authority. You're violating a class action settlement under Willett's. $31 million a year for the next 30 years for sidewalk repairs. And you didn't budget the Commission on Disability and the Department of Disability with those positions to oversee these repairs. I went to the meeting yesterday. They have nothing from you guys. Don't you get it? If you don't do this now, you're going to violate it. You're going to go back to court, and you're going to get, you're going to have to do it in 5 years. Now, you screwed the disabled community by getting 30 years to do something you could do in half the time. So you got lucky there. It's only $31 million a year. So please budget that fucking part of the budget. You can't do the sidewalk repair without the ADA compliance officers and the staff to go around the city and approve each one of the repairs as ADA necessary. You're never going to get it off the ground. You're going to lose the first year of these repairs. The staff, nobody has it. And the Commission on Disability needs to oversee that instead of you guys, because you guys don't know shit about the ADA, and the repairs have to be done pursuant to federal and state guidelines. So please increase that budget by the amount of $480,000.
All right, I'd like to invite the CLA up as well as the CAO now. And as they're working their way up to the table, members, first of all, I want to thank the general managers and the CAO for producing 133 budget impact reports in record time. We got most of them on time, and I recognize that we have a very tight time frame for compliance, and while that's regrettable, it's inherent to this process, and there's really no way that we can get around it. So I appreciate everyone's cooperation in getting the reports done. Members, we do have 133 reports to go through, most of which involve the expenditure of money. And I think what we will find as we go through this process is that we, as it stands now, don't have additional revenue sources sufficient to pay for the expenditures that are provided in these reports. So this is going to be a process of prioritization. It's going to be a process of reviewing what is contained in the draft budget to see whether there may need to be reappropriations of appropriated line items that are currently in the budget, and it will be making very, very hard choices among lots of good additional programming that we would like to add, but we won't be able to in this budget year. And I'm going to ask the CLA to go through the process by which we will be proceeding to evaluate the budget memos, consider the cost elements, and then have that reported back here for final decisions on the amendments to the draft budget. So, Ms. Tso, I give it to you.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. So with regard to the process, as with every year, we thank the CAO for getting all the memos out. We're up to very late hours reviewing the memos this morning. 133 memos are before you. It is our hope that the committee will finish its work today on reviewing those memos. After that process, you would refer the matter to the CLA's office, and we will attempt to formulate the recommendations for you based on your committee discussions over the course of the last week. It is our intent to provide you with our best recommendations next Friday, so we will be in recess until then, Friday, May 13th. At that time, we would hope that the committee will be able to consider our report and recommend any changes, additions, amendments to that report. After that, we will prepare the committee report that will be submitted to council on the Wednesday following, May 18th. That will be for public hearing only and to take public comment, and council consideration of the Budget and Finance Committee report would take place on Thursday, May 19th. So with regard to the memo requests, we've reviewed all of them. They're very responsive to your requests for more information. You're going to find that there are going to be a lot of valid needs, important needs. You're also going to find that there are some problem areas that will need to be addressed as part of this deliberation. So we would urge this committee, as you consider the memos, that you indicate your relative priorities, your interests as you consider these. Please note that just rough estimate, the memos up to 133 total over $100 million in requests. So to the extent possible, it really is going to be important to identify reallocations or reductions within the budget to try to fund these. The sources of revenue, as the chair has indicated, will be limited. So we would urge you to indicate your priorities and, to the extent possible, reallocations or reductions in other areas of the budget.
Thank you very much. Mr. Santan, anything to add?
Just to say that all the memos are now in, the last one which is passed out.
Well done. Thank you. So, members, in light of that sort of sobering assessment, as we go through this process, we'll have to keep in mind that in years past, as we've gone through this process, we have trimmed and tucked and looked and found, fragments of readjustments here and there by which we could afford to pay for some additions and modifications to the budget. Most of that easy work has been, all of that easy work has been done, and we're now at a point where we probably don't have a lot of opportunities to find any additional revenues or very little additional revenues or reappropriations in the base budget to fund new programming. That being said, we do have lots of important priorities before us, and what my intention is as we go through these is to take each department up by department. We'll consider all of the reports for that department at once. I'll make recommendations, chair's recommendations as to that department, and then if members agree, fine. If members disagree with my recommendation, then certainly you can make your case, and we'll consider it. What the end result of that work product will be our recommendations to the CLA to attempt. How shall we characterize this?
Reconcile.
Yeah. We'll identify what our priorities will be that we would recommend that the CLA attempt to reconcile within the budget. Many of the recommendations I will be making will be to note and file these reports. In those cases, that doesn't necessarily mean this is a dead issue. Because the budgeting process, as you know, is dynamic, and we consider things throughout the year all the time. And everything that is not adopted by us in this budget will be kept in the parking lot, if you will. And as we go through the year, if there are additional revenues that are identified, we can certainly revisit these priorities and make adjustments in the FSRs, as we frequently do. But I would just urge the greatest degree of being conservative in assigning the CLA with the responsibility of attempting to reconcile, because we're just not going to be able to do anything close to what we've gotten back so far. So this is going to be a difficult matter of picking and choosing. So any questions first, members? Mr. Englander.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to thank CLA and CAO, and particularly CLA, staying up all night doing this with the CAO, and all of our staff. With that, and oftentimes we do, having gone through this so many times, have a Thursday surprise, whether it's funds found in transportation account, as a couple years ago, or we get that last-minute call from the county of property tax base is up, whatever that might be. That's often the case. That's not the case this year. And in fact, it's just the opposite, where I think in looking at all of this, it's pretty tight. There's a lot of new ads and programs, critical ones as well. I would suggest, and if the chair wishes to entertain this suggestion, that would be great. And if not, I will try to stick to it, at least for myself. And with that is any recommendations that we have, that we ask. We don't just ask the CLA for a reconciliation, but we make our own suggestions on where a revenue stream may be to pay for that, and or what we would suggest cutting to cover that. So we give a little more direction. I will adhere to that, but I would also make that as a request that we try to, if we could, you include that in this process today, if you would entertain that.
Oh, and if members are prepared to do that at this point, that would be helpful to the CLA, certainly. But my expectation is that most members would not be at this time. But when the CLA reports back with their recommendations, at that time, most of those recommendations are going to be there aren't sufficient revenues to support this program. And then at that point, it will be left to us to make those choices of finding funding sources, cutting other programs, or otherwise making a recommendation as to how something is going to be funded. So if you're prepared to do that now, that's very helpful. If you're not prepared to do that, you must do that at the next bite of the apple, or else it's not going to happen. So that's pretty much where we're at. So, and I'll just to put it out there right now, at least from my perspective, funding it out of the reserve is not going to be an acceptable explanation. An acceptable explanation will be cutting another program because we can't be eating our seed corn as we have in the past. So, with that, if there's nothing else from the CLA or members, anything else? Any other questions or comments? I'm going to surprise Mr. Lewis because we usually go in alphabetical order, and Mr. Lewis sits until we have an empty room every year. So I'm going to invite him to come up because there's only one zoo report, as I recall. So let's start with the zoo department.
That's number 71.
All right. Mr. Lewis, welcome. Members, this is memo number 71, requesting an analysis of converting custodial staff from part-time to full-time employees in order to allow greater flexibility in the management of those employees and utilize them for events and so forth. My recommendation would be to approve $41,230 for this item, subject to availability of a funding source as identified by the CLA. If there's any discussion about that item? Seeing none, that will be the recommendation of the committee to the CLA. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, and I often speak to how kind and generous you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the way we're setting the standard for the rest of the day. Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. All right. Now we'll go to the Department of Aging, and this is memo number 7. All right. Good morning, rather. So, members, on report number 7, the Chair's recommendation is to approve the wellness and non-nutrition services, to recommend applying for the grant that's indicated and reporting back in the FSR if the department is granted the funds from the state for the city's match to then be made available. So that would be $579,000, $579,798 for the wellness and aging programs, and then on the technology, is that the grant funding that we were talking about on the technology allocation of $50,000? So funding $579,798 for the wellness and aging programs, and $172,877 for the staffing. It would be my recommendation to include that within the department's existing budget, and so to fund the additional $579,000 for the programming and leave the staffing budget as recommended by the current budget. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's the loss of federal funds, to be clear, in these important programs that we're taking on that burden to some extent, but it's in critically important programs, and I agree with the recommendation.
Thank you. All right, anything further on that? Okay, without objection, that'll be the action, the recommendation of the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to, yes. Yeah, sure. Wait, 1 second.
Not about this, so they can go. Just in general about the process. So if we wind up with $20 million in requests at the end of this, and we wind up finding $10 million, what's the next step process to winnow down what we're approving?
So at that point, when we get the rack up back from the CLA, it's going to show a disparity in what we are recommending as priorities and what we have available to spend. And at that point, to Mr. Englander's point, it's going to be incumbent upon us to say either we're going to cut from one of our recommended additions, or we're going to cut from something else in order to fund one of our additions. So we have to do the true
Or we'll
up.
cut from one of our additions.
Yeah.
We'll have to decide which ones to eliminate and which ones to find funding for.
Exactly. Or, as I say, it's open season at that point. If you want to cut something from a different part of the budget in order to fund one of our priorities, that's fine too. But we have to have that true up at the end. So it's going to be up to us, with the good counsel of the CLA, about where we might be able to find funding sources. And if we can't, then we're going to have to cut something.
I'm looking at this. I have my own list of priorities that add up to about $16 million, and I'm not necessarily expecting to ask for all of them. But we're having some that weren't necessarily fully on my priority list. But you look at it and you say, well, that's something good. So, are we going to just approve everything that we think is reasonable and then come back with cuts, or should we be
certainly not
tightening that up?
Well, at least that's not going to be my recommendation. Is not going to be to approve everything that's reasonable, because most of the things in these requests are eminently reasonable. And so what you'll find is, I think most of my recommendations will be noting and filing. And then if you want to raise it as a priority, we'll discuss that, and then we'll ask the CLA to come back and include that if it's approved by the committee. But I want to note again that the fact that we note and file something today does not mean that we're rejecting that policy or that program, because we're going to have multiple FSRs. We're going to have new revenue projections. To Mr. Englander's point, we often get good news about revenues that weren't anticipated in our assumptions. We'll have an opportunity to revisit these things through the course of our work during the year. It's just that we can't budget for it unless there's a specific identifiable source of funds for it that we assume right now. So I think, to your point, that opportunity, that winnowing down, or finding the alternative funding sources, will be the essential thing that we must do when we get the rack up back. I'm just trying to make that job as easy as possible now by sort of narrowing down the things that we're going to have to choose among, and that the CLA is going to have to report back on, because I think we all know it's going to be a fraction of what we've asked for already.
Yes, just one clarification. So based on that, with regard to those last two items, the 4 positions and the technology component, was that on your priority, or is it just the 2 first items that were on your priority?
It was the wellness and aging programs.
Thank you.
And then the technology component is pending approval of the state grant that we would have to match.
Thank you.
And the staffing funding for the $172,000, that would just have to be absorbed or found otherwise. Okay. Anything else? All right, so let's go ahead and move on to animal services. Thank you very much. Okay, so members, animal services, according to my notes, these would be reports 81, 107, 120, and 121. And on these, I think 81 and 107 are largely informational. Item 120 has a cost associated with it of $412,000. It would be my recommendation to note and file those additions in that there's, well, that would be my recommendation. So on animal services, sure. Yes, Mr. Bonner.
I concur. Just want to note on 81, I thank Animal Services for the report, and note and file doesn't mean I want to ignore it. It was a no fiscal impact. Very much looking forward to working with the department and my office to make that kind of program happen in Venice.
Thank you. We are too.
Yeah, so I recognize that one of the big ticket item on here was the EIR issue that we had the discussion about. It's still going to be my recommendation to note and file this pending the opportunity that we'll have to see what we'll be able to spend. So
you're recommending that we don't spend the $500,000?
Correct.
Yeah, I would strongly oppose that position because I think it's actually doing us incredible damage and costing us a lot of money by continuing to have us reproduce much larger numbers of feral cats. And the lawsuit, if you're not familiar with it, is based on a bizarre assumption that what instead we should be doing is going around and killing every feral cat we can find, finding colonies, and euthanizing them all. Of course, the city's never going to do that, so this whole lawsuit makes no sense. But so what we're doing instead is, whereas in, I believe, every other city in the country, the city is able to help with trap, neuter, and release, which is a lot better than stay in place and reproduce. We have a requirement that we not move forward without an EIR. It's a bizarre thing. I mean, I want to support birds too, and I think the direction we're going in is killing birds every day. I think the Audubon Society folks that have moved this forward are way off base, and we absolutely have to do this EIR unless there's some other way we can think of. We don't seem to be able to get out of it legally, but it's costing us in thousands and thousands of kittens that we are going to be bringing into our shelters every year. And for a while, we were just euthanizing them because we couldn't keep up. Now we're creating a kitten program, and we will keep up, but that's going to cost us a lot of money to adopt out thousands of kittens. I think this is something we just have to bite the bullet and finish this off, and that's the only way it appears to do that.
Okay. Mr. Englander?
Yeah, just a suggestion, and I couldn't agree more. And obviously, we used to have, obviously, the animal issues, animal services in public safety. So until it was moved, and until Councilmember Koretz took it away from me. But anyway, with that,
I don't think you were here yet.
I was. We formed PAW together. In any event, what I would suggest is, Mr. Chair, if I could, not to receive and file this, but actually send it to the policy committee for discussion. And maybe there's some work. And in fact, it might be a good way to do this on several of these where rather than they get lost or just received and filed, now that we've gone through the process, the reports have been written, a lot of it is just looking for other funding mechanisms, sending it back to the, not budget and finance, but the appropriate policy committee to look at and work with the department and maybe come up with some other alternatives or options or policy or funding suggestions that can then go back to the budget committee. So I think a lot of these will be too important. There's been a lot of work here done already. And I would make that suggestion on this item, but also to consider that on some of the other ones as we go forward.
Yeah, and I would welcome those opportunities. It's just that Mr. Koretz has labored over this issue in his committee already very extensively. But if there is another option that we can work with the PAW committee on, certainly I'd welcome that.
I don't believe there are, and we've even gone to donors that typically will be supportive of just about everything else we do. And they're very skeptical about our lack of movement. So it doesn't seem like we have other sources of funding that are available to us. and it seems like a costly move. The longer we allow more and more kittens to reproduce, we just make it more and more difficult for us.
Mr. Bonner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to suggest that we actually try to seek some private donations to do this instead. I just heard that that hasn't been successful so far. I think it might be worth trying to redouble our efforts on this. We have a lot of tough choices to make in the budget this year, and if we could find a way for some of the significant animal philanthropy community to help us underwrite this, I think it would be very helpful. So I'd support the chair's recommendation.
How about an alternative suggestion?
Can you hold it for a second?
Sure.
Let me hear from Mr. Blumenfield, and then we'll come back.
A couple things. First, procedurally, if we note and file this, it's still in the budget. So I don't know, by acting on noting and filing, that keeps the money in the budget, because the report itself is informational, as I understand it. If I'm wrong about that, we can figure out the right procedure. I'll speak to the substance as well. But I guess we'll start with the procedure. Isn't that, if you note and file an informational report about the money, that doesn't eliminate the money?
Well, let me clarify that, because I thought that was a departmental request for an adjustment to the base budget.
It's my understanding that the $500,000 is included in the mayor's proposed budget. The 2015-16 budget also included a line item in the unappropriated balance for $300,000.
Right.
So there's a total of $800,000 that is either already allocated, and also the additional $500,000 being proposed. So to the extent that if you note and file it, Mr. Blumenfield, I believe you are correct, that it would actually stay in the budget. If the desire is to move the money and use the money for something else, then the action would be to actually defund it from the budget and allocate it to something else. So noting and filing it would keep it in the budget as is contained in the proposed budget.
Okay.
And just to clarify, the 300 in the current year budget, I believe, has been transferred to the area already. Yes.
Okay. Well, actually, thank you for the clarification, because I had recalled that was one of the departmental requests. So if it's baked into the budget now, then I would say that this is something that we can consider when the matter comes back, right, and see if there's modifications that can be made in this relative to the other priorities as we go through our list. Okay. So in that case, my recommendation would stand, but that's better news, I think, from your perspective, Mr.
Can I reclaim my time and to finish the thought?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. So procedurally, I think we're now on the same page that noting and filing doesn't do anything until this was an informational report. But I urge everyone to read the informational report carefully, because I think it makes a very compelling case for keeping this money in that the mayor put in. It's like the lawsuits that we get, where judges ask us to do some ridiculous things, and we end up having to spend money on it, because the alternative is we're told by our own attorneys, if we don't, we're going to lose. And in this case, if we don't spend this money, this additional money on this, we are going to lose. We're going to not only lose lives from our cats, but we're going to lose real money. The cost avoidance on this over the last year, in the last 5 years, they spent $3.4 million on dealing services for feral cats. Every year we spend more and more money on this. If we actually were able to do the TNR, the trap, neuter, and release, we wouldn't have to continue to spend that money. We would actually be solving the problem. So both from a humane perspective, I think this is the right thing to do. But just from a straight up dollars and cents perspective, if we don't do this, we are costing the city money unnecessarily. So I look at this with the budget hat on, as frustrated as I am that we're required to do this EIR. That's a judicial problem, just like the frustrations we see in Budget Committee on all these court cases. So I'm going to push very strongly that we keep the money in that the mayor has put in. The trap, neuter, release program has been vetted thoroughly. The board, the animal board, took it up a couple years ago. They voted on this policy. Our council has voted on this policy. It's our policy as a city. If we want to go back and change that policy, we do that in policy committee. I don't think we ought to reverse that policy in Budget Committee. We ought to fund what we have to, what we're required by the court, as ridiculous as the overall amount may be.
Well, your point's well taken. We'll be able to have that discussion when it comes back on Friday, given the clarification that that is in the base budget already. I have to throw in my additional note that the ridiculous part of this is not just the court decision. The other ridiculous part of this is spending nearly $1 million on an environmental impact report that answers one question: the biological impacts. It's just, I mean, we don't spend that much on environmental impact reports for major developments that, you know, have vast impacts on noise and air quality and everything else. So I think it's not just the court's decision, it's also the estimate of cost of this particular EIR, which just seems to me absurd. But we'll...
Although I think it's the...
It may be unavoidable. It doesn't make it less absurd.
But if you look at it carefully, it's not just making that one decision. It's the court is forcing us to look at the biological implications of the entire geography of this city, which is why, I mean, and they break it down very nicely in this report, which is why we have to do that absurd report. But it's not simply to answer that one question. It's to answer it across our geography.
All right. Anything else on this, members? Okay. Again, the recommendation is note and file. In light of Mr. Blumenfield's comments, that should require less concern than it did before. So, Mr. Kretz, you had an additional suggestion.
Well, I would note that on my priority list, although not at the absolute top, I think it would be worth funding the volunteer program position with Animal Services. I'm not sure at this point that I would necessarily ask for it, but I think it would actually be a very helpful step forward.
Okay.
So maybe at an FSR time we take a closer look at that.
Yeah, and again, none of this stuff is going to go away. I would urge, especially the proponents of these particular things that we might be noting and filing now, keep track of them, and we'll continue to consider them as we go through the budget year. All right. Any other comments? So it will be the recommendation of the committee then to note and file each of those 4 reports. Thank you. That brings us next to building and safety. All right, so this is memos numbers 93, 123, 124, 125, and 131 that we have before us. I guess I'd ask initially before we discuss anything further, can you describe what the differences are in the results of Report 124 and 131? Just if you could kind of summarize that so that we're clear.
They're kind of the same report. I don't know what happened. Is it the same report?
Both of them are requesting code enforcement positions.
Good morning, council members. My name is Steve Ongala from the Department of Building and Safety. So we made a request to authorize and to fund 7 as needed 120-day contractors. We had previously in 2014-15 promised that we would be able to get funding for 42 positions in 3 installments, 14 in 14-15, 14 in 15-16, and 14 in 16-17. We do understand that due to budgetary constraints, we're not able to get the last installment, but we're willing to live with that. We believe that based on the resources we have and having had conversations with the CAO, we believe that the 7 positions, 120-day contract would be adequate.
All right. Well, members, my recommendation on these reports would be on 93 and 123, note and file. On 124, grant the 7 positions, but without funding. On 125, I'd recommend that the CLA set aside funding in the UB for fee waivers in case the council should adopt a policy to grant them for different circumstances. And then on 131, I guess we'll treat those 2 together, 131 and 124. So to grant the 7 positions without funding, and then we can just note and file 131.
How about 123?
Yeah, it's my recommendation to note and file 123. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the discussion, but as I recall, the positions that we're talking about restoring but without funding were pretty close to revenue neutral. So if that's the case, I would think it would be disadvantageous for us to cut that as opposed to identifying the potential revenue and allocating that on the other side as an offset.
Councilmember Jason Clean, Office of the City Administrative Officer. The as-needed authorities for code enforcement staff to hire the 120-day retirees is not general fund cost neutral. It's cost neutral from the sense that these inspectors are brought on board to close open cases for which full-time officers have actually issued orders to comply, and we've actually issued fines. These officers are actually helping close those cases, so they bring in revenue for cases for which we've already expended staff time. So in factoring in the staff time that we've already incurred, plus the additional staff time associated with bringing these people on board, we bring in about 60% of what we originally expended to actually issue the citations and do the inspections.
So 60% of the cost is covered?
Correct.
Are we allocating that 60% as revenue in the budget?
The 60% is assumed in the cash flow for the revenues as part of the code enforcement, the code violation inspection fees, and the non-compliance fees in the department's budget. So we've already assumed associated revenues to those positions. The new positions could bring in some additional revenue. The assumption is if these positions do bring in the $310,000 or they're on track to bring in the additional $310,000 that's associated with the cost, then we would go ahead and recognize those revenues in the mid-year financial status report and then give the department an offsetting appropriation. If the department is unsuccessful in bringing in the additional revenues, basically they've expended their appropriation for the second half of the fiscal year associated with the Blue Book item for the $620,000 for the 14 full-time substitute authorities.
So is the department planning on hiring these positions within existing resources as a test and then getting funding if it turns out to be pretty close to revenue neutral?
That is our office's recommendation. It isolates the general fund from basically overstating revenues, incurring an expense, and not actually realizing those revenues. So it prevents us from having a general fund impact next fiscal year in the mid-year or year-end FSR.
And if we found that it was pretty much breaking even, then we could fully fund that in a future FSR.
Correct, sir.
I have to apologize. I misread my notes here. On 123, that position was without funding, right? 123 is the civil engineer for the soft story retrofits.
That position is funded by the enterprise fund.
It's already funded. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So my recommendation on the soft story retrofits would be to adopt that item on 123.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anything else, members? Questions? Okay. Then, without objection, that will be the recommendation on the reports for building and safety. Thank you very much. That brings us to MICLA, Capital Finance Administration, and Mr. Bonin, this is the Vera Davis Center. What I think what we should do is bring up, there are a number of reports relating to Vera Davis from different departments. So what's your pleasure, Mr. Bonin? Would you like to bring them all up and deal with it?
I don't think we need to do it on this one. This one was pretty clear that there has to be a funding plan in place in order to, or a spending plan more defined before Vera Davis could qualify for MICLA. So I think we can deal with Vera Davis when Cultural Affairs and HSID come up. But I did have a question on this one. It did say that the underfunded restroom construction at Venice Beach, which has already been permitted by Coastal Commission, could qualify for MICLA. So that's something we can pursue later in the year.
Separately.
Okay. So I'm fine just noting and filing. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll preview what I'll say to Cultural Affairs and HSID when they come up. I'm going to ask that we note and file the Cultural Affairs report and ask CLA to try to find the $75,000 or ask HSID to absorb the $75,000 for HSID to manage the RFP process. I don't think that the community has reached consensus on whether or not it should be a arts facility, and I think that's something that can be worked out as we do the community meetings leading up to the RFP. So that would be my preference, is that we note and file the cultural affairs aspect of it, and that on HSID we ask them to manage the RFP process and ask CLA to try to find the 75K so they can carry the center for the year.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Is that enough stalling?
It does. It is perfect. Thank you. And it was substantive, too, so I appreciate it. All right. That brings us next to the CIEP. We have two reports, number 33 and number 69. On number 69, the funding for the City Facility Security Plan, there's a range of cost estimates on this. I would recommend that we approve this item with an assumption of $750,000 in cost, which would be towards the lower end of that range. And item 33, I would recommend we note and file. Any comments or concerns about those items, members? Yeah, Mr. Kretz.
I don't necessarily have a concern. It just seems like a large chunk of money. So I don't know where it fits on our priority list.
On item 69?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Englander.
Yeah, we've done a number of assessments, and this has been about a 3-year process to ensure that we're brought up to compliance as well as safety. And so this has been in conjunction with the CLA, the CAO, the Mayor's Office, Los Angeles Police Department, and GSD. And that would definitely be on the low end, so we may be able to do things on phasing. So we'll look at that. But it's something that, and we've had numerous closed sessions on this as well. Something we need to move forward on.
Yeah, and I don't disagree that it's a priority. In fact, it's one of my personal pet peeves that I think we really need to move on. But in context with the substantial asks that I think were all going to be added, I'm not sure whether it's at the top priority or whether it should be even more phased in and cut that a little bit.
Yeah, we could look at that. I don't know that it would be possible to do it in any smaller increments. But in any event, and this has already been sort of phased because there have been other things done leading up to this. What I would suggest is we move forward and then look at that and have that discussion on the 13th.
Okay.
All right. So if there's no other objection or questions, that will be the committee's recommendation on items 69 and 33. That brings us next to the CAO's report number 24. And
there's no fiscal impact on this item.
yeah, so if there's no fiscal impact, I think we'll go ahead and just approve that item, members, if there's no objection. Seeing none, that will be the recommendation. That brings us to the City Attorney's Office. Reports numbers 36, 46, and 49. Yeah, this is 36, 46, and 49.
You have your memos.
All right, so item 36 is the outside counsel funding request, and I would recommend approval of that item in the amount of $750,000. Items 46 and 49, I would recommend noting and filing with the additional comment that on item 46, the foreclosure registry, that's currently being considered by the policy committee in council. So that's something that we could revisit pending the outcome of that discussion in council. So my recommendation would be $750,000 on item 36 and note and file 46 and 49. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, actually, I would just agree with that because I think the department has cut outside counsel to almost an unsustainable level, and I think it would hamstring us in several areas. So I would be strongly in agreement with that.
Any other comments? Ms. Kapoor, did you want to
Could I just ask clarification, Mr. Kokorian? Are you recommending that it be cut to 750 or that we get the additional 750?
No, that would be an additional budgetary impact.
Thank you.
Of 750. So. Any other comments, members? All right, then that will be the recommendation of, yes, Mr. Blumenfield.
The foreclosure registry program positions, what are we doing with those?
So CD1 already has a motion in addressing the policy implications of that, and so I would just recommend noting and filing it for now until the completion of that policy discussion.
Okay, because there's no money attached to this anyway, right?
Well, there's funding available in the fund that will help cover those costs.
I got you. So we're not.
So there's no need to add additional general fund because there's already a special fund that will offset the costs associated with the program.
It's on a separate track, so that'll be coming back. The funding, the positions have already been provided for, so that's already been approved.
Right, so there's nothing we need to do vis-a-vis the positions.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Perfect. Okay, just didn't understand. Great.
Yep. Okay. Anything else?
Thank you.
Without objection, that'll be the recommendation of the committee. Let's move next to the city clerk. And this is reports on item 8 and 31. On item 31, I recommend that we note and file that matter. On item 8, members, it pains me to do it, but I feel that I have to recommend adding funding for 2 ballot measures, which for some reason was not included in the budget and really probably should have been. And if there are going to be any ballot measures that are presented in this fiscal year, which it would be virtually impossible that there are not. If we, as I recall, the first ballot measure is almost $4 million. The second one is a bargain with just a few $100,000 more. So I would recommend we add $4.1 million in funding for 2 ballot measures. That would be, no, I'm sorry, it would be 4.4 for 2 ballot measures in this fiscal year. And I know that the council president and others are currently having discussions about ballot measures that will be necessary this year. So if we don't provide for that funding, it's going to have to come out of other programs. So. Mr. Bloomfield?
Is there any other way? Was there a reason that they didn't include them? Was it just assumed that they weren't going to be there, or is there some other funding source or anything like that that was assumed?
I think we'd have to defer that.
I think some of it has to do with the timing. You know, when we go through the various budgets, we don't have as much information as you do at this time in terms of the likelihood that there would be a ballot measure. So this department was reviewed early on during the year, and I think in the last several weeks, more recently, it's been the likelihood of a ballot measure has increased. And I think that's really the reason. Either way, it has to be funded, you know, either in the context of the budget, or we will be coming back in an FSR requesting it. And we would recommend that if there's a strong likelihood there will be a ballot measure, it's always better to put it in the budget than have to deal with it in the middle of the year.
Okay. And the good news there is that if, for whatever reason, it proves to be unnecessary to do ballot measures, then, you know, we can certainly reappropriate that money during the FSR. So, and I don't, Mr. Englander just raised the question about whether it needs to be in the UB. I think it would not necessarily need to be, but Mr. Santana or Ms. So, do you have any recommendation?
To place it in the UB, that actually would be an appropriate place since the council hasn't made a decision yet whether there will actually be a ballot measure. To the extent that if funding is provided, that could be moved to the city clerk's office once a decision is made to adopt any ballot measures.
And that's consistent with previous years, I believe.
I'm sorry?
That's consistent with previous years.
Okay. Well, either way, it would need to be reappropriated one way or the other.
That's right.
So actually that it may be helpful because we don't yet know how many ballot measures there may be. That number might need to be adjusted still up or down.
That's right.
So, all right, well, that's acceptable to me if that makes sense to everybody. We'll go ahead and recommend placing $4.4 million in the UB pending decisions on ballot measures in this fiscal year. Okay. And that brings us then to the Office of the Controller. Oh, no, we've got another memo that we're still waiting on the
Controller. We did submit a placeholder, but we just received the Controller's response. It should be distributed shortly.
Okay, so we'll come back to the Controller. Remind me not to forget them. We'll come back to them towards the end. All right, we'll go next to Cultural Affairs then. And my recommendation on each of these reports, 27, 68, and 86, is note and file. Mr. Bonner?
Yes, I just want to explain to Cultural Affairs on the Vera Davis issue, to elaborate on what I was saying before, is no disrespect at all to Cultural Affairs. There's significant discussion in the community about what the fate of the center should be. Concern that if it's run by Cultural Affairs, it would lose the social service aspect and the anti-poverty programs that have been so important for that center. So that's why I want to have HSID lead the process. The ultimate disposition can be discussed as part of that. So that's why I was recommending that we receive and file on that. On the art therapy pilot program, I agree with the chair's recommendation, but I would like that to be sure that gets discussed with the Homelessness and Poverty Committee, with some consideration given to the Arts Trust Fund and a potential discussion in the mid-year FSR. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That brings up next the Department on Disability. All right, there's one report number 45, and it would be the Chair's recommendation to approve the AIDS Coordinator's Office, Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act Remediation Team, and the staff training and travel request, and then to note and file, well, to exclude the Casp funding increase at this time. So that would be $203,933 in impact for the three approved requests. Mr. Brumfield.
Yeah, I'd like to ask about the Casp, the Casp certification, in that it's a small amount to make this adjustment. I want to make sure I understand exactly what we're asking for, because it's an important position, and I'm concerned that it's been open for a while and we haven't been able to get anyone in that, and what that $16,000 would really do.
Yes. The CAO's office sort of amended our ask by a little bit to have, I think, more accurate numbers for it. So I think it came to $13,951. Our simple goal was to move it up a pay grade. We did a comparative check with the school district for a similar position, and we've looked outside as well. We just feel we can't hire it in the current pay grade, and this is core to our work at the moment, particularly around sidewalks and our small business program.
So the ask would be $13,000?
$13,951.
Mr. Chair, I think this, and the position is very important, and we've been struggling for a year to get it filled, and for a very, very modest amount, I think it makes sense to include it in our continued discussion. So I would move that we include $13,000, whatever you said the number was, $13,000.
951.
951.
Okay, Mr. Kretz.
Since this is a sidewalk-related program, is there any way this could be funded out of our ongoing sidewalk obligation?
Well, yes, it is, and let's keep in mind that the sidewalk expenditure is not a single category in the budget, but it is a standalone program that will fulfill the objectives that this council has set out, and compliance with the Willett settlement merely requires that in pursuing the policy objectives that we decide upon relating to sidewalks, at least that much money is spent. So yes, it will count. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Santana, but this expenditure would count towards compliance, the compliance minimums provided for in Willett's, but it's not separately identified as such in the ballot, in the budget.
Well, we do have a separate budget on the sidewalks, and it's clearly not included in there. So to the extent to which we add it, then we would have to, unless we identify new funding, if we want to stay within the $31 million, then we would have to readjust the rest of the categories accordingly. And to be clear, this assumes that 100% of that person's work will be sidewalk related. If any portion of it is not, then there would have to be funding from another source. So you can't get credit for that amount.
Well, I would think ideally at least the percentage of that job that's associated with sidewalks should go against our sidewalk requirement.
Well, but again, keep in mind that's not a funding. The sidewalk portion of the money is not a funding source. It's a designated minimum that we have to spend. So yes, we could count it towards that, but that would mean that we would be spending less money on other areas of the sidewalk program if you count it that way.
Which would be just fine with me. I don't see why we wouldn't do that, as opposed to encumbering our very tight general fund in other places.
But it doesn't change the encumbrance on the general fund. It's still money spent. You're spending all of that money. So unless you're redirecting
what I'm saying is,
something,
instead of adding to the $31 million by doing this, you can redirect some of the other $31 million that we're spending in some
Mr.
other
Chair?
area, unless I'm misunderstanding it.
It may be possible to, because the sidewalk program is a separate, it entails all of the sidewalk funding and for engineering for various departments. It includes all of the costs. So there may be an opportunity, we'll work with the CAO on this, but there may be an opportunity, since it's such a small amount, that it may be possible to reallocate that small amount from a study or something like that, because there are large amounts of money included in here, and a slight adjustment may not it won't affect the total program cost. It'll still be $31 million, but there may be an opportunity to just shift $13,000 from one of the line items to accommodate this if it qualifies.
Okay. All right. Any other comment or?
So would the report, but would I then modify the request instead of asking to add that in to ask them to report back of how they could skim $13,000 off of the...
The recommendation would just be to approve the requests contingent on the CLA's work. The CLA will come back with their recommendations on that.
Okay.
That's fine. I mean, you could also just approve the higher position, and then we can manage it throughout the year. I mean, I think what the most important thing that they're asking for is to increase the level of position so they could recruit. And then throughout the course of the year, if they have salary savings or if we have to sort of address it in the context of an FSR by sticking within the $31 million, we could certainly do that as well.
All right. Thank you very much. So that will be the recommendation of the committee. And then that brings us next to economic and workforce development. So, members, on economic and workforce development, Chair's recommendation is on report number 70, the various departmental funding requests, to approve that item in the amount of $1,657,000. On report number 74, note and file. On report number 130, the real estate management etc. positions, to approve that item in the amount of $392,515.
Does that take care of
it? Any comments or questions? Okay, then that will be the recommendation.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Bonner.
I know the issue has come up a lot, and I don't know if there's still folks in the room, but that instruction is asking CLA to find money to sort of help with the day labor issue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That brings us next to Ethics Commission. So on these are reports numbers 5 and 91 for the Ethics Commission members, and my recommendation would be to approve the special investigator position identified in report number 5 and to note and file report number 91. Any Mr. Englander,
Just a quick question for the department. Since these, I think, are both around the same cost, is there a priority on one or the other? I mean, they're both a priority. I get it.
Yes.
Right answer.
We would say that all of our work is a priority, but we would probably prioritize in the same way in terms of item number 5 over item number 91 at this point.
Okay.
Okay. If there's no other questions or suggestions, that will be the recommendation of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to the Office of Finance and City Treasurer, and we have reports numbers 12, 32, 85, and 87. So some of these kind of interrelate, members. I would recommend on report number 12 to approve a rollover of $1 million in finances salary surplus, leaving the salary savings rate as is, noting and filing report number 32 and 87, and then on report number 85, the addition of the various tax auditor, tax compliance positions, and so on, to approve those positions without funding, given the rollover of the additional $1 million. Any questions or comments on that one?
Yeah. Todd Bowie, Office of Finance, much appreciated. And on the LA tax item, I did want to ask, if possible, that we be given the opportunity to continue the discussion with the council on that item. We actually do have an RFP that was ready to go, but we think that additional dialogue with the council will be helpful in terms of the direction of that project.
And we would welcome it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. If there's no objection, that will be the recommendation of the committee. That brings us to the fire department. Do you have anybody? Oh, here it comes. Good morning. All right, so on these items, members, on report number 50, I would recommend noting and filing. Report number 88, response to my own report, I'd recommend noting and filing. Report number 100, the Nurse Practitioner Response Unit, I would recommend approving that item in the amount of $1,273,188.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
On that, might ask the department or the CLA, as they're looking to examine to help fund your recommendation, the Kaiser Targeted Destination Ambulance Services Trust Fund, which has a balance of about $2 million in it.
Oh, good.
Indeed. Thank you. Report number 101 on fire stations 9s and 73s, I recommend noting and filing. 102, recommend note and file. 103, recommend noting and filing.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
On 103, that one's a priority of mine. I'd like to ask the CLA to look to see if either A, the department could absorb it, it's a fairly small amount of money, or if the department could look at the fire hydrant installation and main replacement fund, which is a $2.8 million balance, and it was used much like the parking revenue fund is a few years ago to help with general fund expenses, so it might be eligible for that source.
Very good. I agree with that. Mr. Kretz.
Just for the record, that's also on my priority list, so I'd encourage that as well.
Okay. So noted, so amended. Mr. Blumenfield?
Yeah, on item 101, I do think it's a big priority, but I think there's a way to handle it, which is to simply ask for the 12 sworn positions associated with the engine to be included but unfunded. I guess we're still waiting for the grant, and they won't be able to fill them until about January, so this would make sure that the positions are there, whether or not we get the grants. And then at that point, we can just try and we can see if we can find the money. But I think both of those stations are pretty top priority, and this may be a way to keep the issue going.
Mr. Englander, it seemed like you wanted to comment on that. Did you?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at as well. Even if they came in, I guess the question would be for reconciliation on constant staffing as well. I mean, I'm all for it. So that was, but that's my concern because that hasn't been looked at. What I would suggest and be happy to do is instead of, this is one of those ones, it's too important, funding's not there yet, that we send it to the policy committee, which would be public safety, and we'll look at other ways to maybe work together and figure that out. And if we come up with a recommendation and get there, we'll immediately send it over to budget and finance.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to lose the option of having those positions, even if they're unfunded, because I think there will be ways to get at it.
I absolutely agree.
Okay.
Does that work, Mr. Bloomfield? Because I'm fine with that. If we can refer it back to public safety with the understanding it'll be reported back here with public safety's recommendations, that works for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Chris.
Clarify, and that is with the 12 unfunded positions, right? As part of it.
Well, no, it'll be whatever public safety, we'll consider the recommendations of public safety when they come back. But for now, in this budget, it would be to note and file those positions. But we can adjust that later if that's what the public safety committee works out.
So it'll be referred just to the policy committee, and then work closely with the fire department. We'll try to figure out various recommendations.
Okay, lost track of where I was now.
Okay, we were on.
Did I do 102 yet?
Yeah, you did 104.
Okay, so 103. No, I think my recommendation was to note and file, but Mr. Bonnet had comments on potential funding sources, which I agree with, so we can pursue those. But of course, it would be contingent, obviously, as everything else, contingent on finding those possible funding sources. So that brings us to 104, the AVL. Recommend approval of that item in the amount of $200,000. Report number 105, the CAD upgrades. Recommend approval of that item in the amount of $2 million. And report number 126, fleet maintenance. Recommend adoption of that item. Report number 127, my recommendation would be to note and file. Report number 129. Report number 129, which I requested, I recommend approval of funding for the design of the 91's renovations in the amount of $100,000, and then we'll just leave it at that for now and note and file the others. Okay, any other comments or questions on any of the fire department's reports, members? Mr. Englander, you good?
Well, just looking at the Silmar station, for the $100,000 of the design, that was for, I'm sorry, that was for station or renovation of 91?
Yeah, that's for 91s.
Okay. Yeah, I can't.
Can we refer that to you as well? Do you want to take that up as well? Because they're
91?
No, the
Silmar?
The Silmar.
I already did. We approved it, and that's where it came into this budget recommendation as well. I just don't know of any other funding streams to get there. But I want to keep it as a priority.
It is a huge priority for the entire north part of the San Fernando Valley. But it's a huge chunk of money that I don't know that we're there yet. So,
okay,
what's your pleasure?
That it starts raining money. To accept the chair's recommendation.
All right. Okay. Anything else on fire department members? Very good. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us next to the GCP. And report number 15 is small request that I recommend approval of for the West Side COG. Report number 17. Mr. Englander, I'm going to recommend note and file, and then I'm going to give it to you.
So, thank you very much, and I'll override that with a and see you.
Well, you won't override. You'll disagree with it.
This was actually this was an oversight.
Okay.
This was approved last year in the 15-16 budget, and in fact, we redrew the grid lines by design. Had a long discussion on it to include this particular center in grid. Came back and remapped those and voted on the maps to include it. So this was the mayor's office oversight to include the $150,000, and the revenue stream come out of grid, and they should figure that out by next week before we come back.
Oh, okay. Well, so we'll have additional information by the time we get the CLA's recommendations back, and we can decide upon it then.
Yeah, either that or, the mayor's office can come back with their recommendation of how they'll fund it and provide that to the CAO, and that'll be, but it should be out of somewhere in grid or efficiencies from. But the mayor's office is committed to figuring that out by the 13th date and coming back to the CAO with that recommendation of funding.
Okay,
all right.
Good. So that will come back with a recommendation for a funding source then. Okay, good. That brings us then to general services. Yes, Mr. Blumenfield.
For what? You're right, I did.
Okay, so on general services, we've got reports numbers 10, 13, 14, 18, 19, 37, and 90.
Councilmember, I believe number 9 is also GSD.
Oh, sorry, let me scroll up in that case. Oh, you're right, you are. Okay, so on number 9, the Los Angeles Theater roof leak. Now, would that be addressed through CIEP?
Yes.
Okay, so and that's already contained in the CIEP budget, is it?
Yes. The CIEP budget has a general roof repair line that we can use to pay for this.
Okay.
It'll just be part of the program.
Okay, very good. That would be my recommendation then. On number 10, I recommend noting and filing. Number 13, I recommend approval of the position without funding. Item 14, I recommend noting and filing. There may be a better technology solution that we can find rather than the position, but for now, recommend noting and filing. Item 18, I'm going to recommend that we adopt or approve that recommendation in the amount of $30,000. Report 19, the Management Analyst 2. I recommend adopting the recommendations in the memo. Number 37 is the Senior Real Estate Officer. I'm going to recommend approval of that item, and I'm going to recommend as a potential source of the funding for that position the Homelessness Data-Driven Challenge. Report number 90. I'm going to recommend noting and filing. It is an important priority, I recognize, but given the challenges we have, I'm going to report, that's going to be my recommendation. Mr. Kretz, I'd leave it to you.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to a few of them.
Sure.
The Broxton Garage, I might agree with you because even after all this time we've been working on it, I really don't understand where this cost comes in. We determined it would be a positive for the community for the use of the parking lot and management to hire a management consulting firm to run it. That was about a year and a half ago. A year and a half later, we have contracted with those people, but we still have the city running it. We still have the same people in place, and my understanding is that it's because they need to be placed somewhere else in the city family doing the exact same thing, even though it's completely out of date. On top of that, the way we would place them is to put them into positions that are new, yet I've seen people come and go in places like the City Hall garage where we could have placed them, and yet they're not placed. And a year and a half later, now we suddenly come up with an expense to move them and hire the people that we were supposed to hire and do what we were supposed to do. I'm completely mystified that now we suddenly have this high cost, and if we just receive it and file it without resolving the issue, and I don't know, we may even be paying for the contractor to run our parking lot, which they can't run because our people are still there. This has been a complete mess. I know there are folks that have tried to help us out, but as far as I can tell, we're still nowhere. So whether we should fund it or not, I don't even know if we should fund it, but I need an explanation of how we get out of this situation. We never should have contracted for this without the ability to turn it over to them. And now I really don't understand why we have a $250,000 cost to do it. None of this makes any sense. So if I could get an explanation from the department, that would be very helpful.
Would you like us to report back to you in a written report, or we can go into some detail here?
I'd like as much detail here publicly on the record so we can finally resolve this. If it's just a report, we'll be back here next year in the same situation.
Well, on that issue, as to why we got to where we are, GSD, I'd just like to clarify, there is a task force that has been working to try and place these positions. That effort is primarily led by the Department of Personnel. GSD has absorbed as many of these, roughly 50% of the positions associated with the parking lots that are being transitioned. We're now down to about the last 19. There is a plan by which these parking lots are being moved. However, it has stalled because we were unable to place these positions consistent with existing MOU requirements. And the report that you have before you was basically an attempt to try and move some of these positions to places where they're needed at the moment.
And yeah, it's not entirely clear to me why we solve this problem by throwing money at it. I don't understand why there's a cost associated.
The cost that is associated with it is that you are essentially shifting these people from work that is currently funded by the Special Parking Revenue Fund to positions. We're transferring basically the position authorities to other lots managed by GSD that are not eligible for Special Parking Revenue Fund reimbursement. So they would have to shift from a special fund to the general fund. Because the lots that they're currently at are SPRF lots, the City Hall lot, and the other lots, those are general fund lots. And that's where the cost comes in, because you're just shifting from a special fund to a general fund.
So how did we hire these people with no successful plan to move our own employees? How are we a year and a half into this, and are we paying the contractor anything for the nothing that they're doing right now?
I don't know the answer to the contractor. They're not working on these lots. I don't remember the specifics of the contracts. The issue has been, in order to transition, we can't lay off city employees. That's per our MOU because we're contracting out the lots. We now have to find homes. Our office, GSD, the personnel department, DOT, we have all been looking for other positions throughout the city for these people to move to. And it's just been a long process. They can't just take any position in the city, so finding alternative homes for them has been difficult.
So is there a reason why they have to be able to be placed in a similarly parking-related position? Because this seems to be a particular activity that is gradually reducing, and 5 or 10 years from now we may have virtually no parking lot attendance, and yet you're saying because we can't find a place for people that are becoming as outdated as the buggy whip gradually, we just have to leave them here.
That's the problem. So I was going to say, they don't have to go to another parking position. They can transition to another city classification, but they do have to meet the qualifications of that classification. And it's just been, we've just not been successful in all of our efforts so far to find other places for them to transfer to. GSD has absorbed some of them into non-parking positions such as custodial and other positions and delivery driver, but they have to meet the qualifications of the position that we move them to, and that's where some of the challenges have been.
And are we looking beyond GSD to find those spots?
Yes, we have.
The Department of Personnel is currently going through that process at this moment. They're looking at all the vacancies and trying to determine if there are other classifications that these positions could be eligible for and transitioned into.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what to do with this. I don't think I can justify taking $250,000 out of the budget to pay for these positions, but I don't know. I still don't know how we got here, how we could have planned this in such a way that we're stuck with a bunch of our former employees and somehow have this difficulty in transitioning them without a huge budget impact. So I guess I would concur with receiving and filing it, except this has to be handled. Otherwise, 3 years from now, we're still going to have some city employee remnants, and we'll still be waiting to implement this contract.
Well, maybe in order to, I think from terms of the budgetary impact, noting and filing seems like the appropriate course, and it seems like you agree. Maybe the facilities committee ought to take the matter up in order to pursue a course of action that you could help define. I'm not familiar enough with the issues, but we could refer a report to them, or you could introduce a motion, or whatever is your pleasure. I think for purposes of the budget, I would just note and file it.
I think referring a report to them would probably be the easiest and most direct.
Okay, so however you want to define that report and request of the department, we'll refer it then to the facilities committee if that works for you.
Very good. And other items, the Cool Pavements project, you recommended $30,000. Why 30,000?
This is just for the GSD component. There's a separate memo.
Right.
It seems like for a small project that could yield some pretty significant environmental benefits, an allocation of more than 30,000 of it would be helpful.
That's what's included in the GSD request. That's just the GSD overtime funding component.
Yeah, this is only the portion required for GSD to support street services. So the remaining of the funding would be in street services, and there's a budget memo on that. I just can't remember the number.
Oh, okay. I get that. My mistake. And number 14, the sweat-free procurement ordinance. We've had this ordinance. We don't really enforce it. And I'm not sure, as an unfunded item under GSD that we ever will enforce it. So I wonder whether we should choose either to fund it so that there's some ability to actually provide enforcement, or we should move it out of this department to be part of our wage enforcement unit and let them prioritize it as they will, along with other things that they're enforcing.
Mr. Santana.
I would be cautious. They're going to have their hands full with a minimum wage, and particularly since there's going to be different kinds of minimum wages, the different levels, hotels, non-hotels. I would be cautious about placing this new responsibility until talking to the department to see if it's something that they could incorporate.
And I wouldn't say they'd have to incorporate it immediately, but the fact that it's been sitting in this department for a long time without funding and without enforcement, I think the odds that it ever gets enforced would be much higher if we pass that along to them. I don't think they would have any trouble understanding it wouldn't be the first thing they need to enforce, but I think there's a certain amount of crossover also with all these activities.
This is procurement versus monitoring the work of employees. So the reason why it's in GSD is because GSD manages the vast majority of our contracts on procurement-related issues pertaining to this subject matter. And so versus monitoring the living wage, which is enforcement of employers making sure that they're paying their employees who don't necessarily have a contract with the city.
Maybe what we should do is just refer this to committee for further discussion and dig deeper into whether we should make this change, because honestly, this is one where we either should fund it or move it to a department that is more focused on enforcement.
Okay, so that question could be referred to a policy committee. Which policy committee would it be appropriately considered by?
IGTS.
Okay. Done.
Whatever it's called. Whatever that one is.
Which one?
Mr. Blumenfield's
Mr.
committee.
Blumenfield's committee. None of us can remember the acronym other than you, Mr. Blumenfield. So whatever it is that it now is it'll
but
get.
I don't see how it fits under there.
GST?
Because GST is not under that committee anymore.
Oh, okay.
So
then it'll be entertainment and
I
facilities.
mean, I'm happy to take it, but I think it more appropriately goes under the GSD committee, which is facilities.
Okay. I apologize.
Right, you are.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Always add another letter. I'm all for it.
If I could ask that be double referred to personnel and animal welfare also.
That'd be fine. Okay. So any other comments on general services, members? Going once, going twice? Mr. Bonnet, anything? Okay. Were we clear on all of that? Okay, very good. Then, without any further objection, as amended, those recommendations will be the recommendation of the committee. All right. That brings us next to LASA. There's a lot of reports here, members. I think a lot of them are primarily informational, but I would recommend noting and filing 53 and 55. Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Bonner.
On question 53, which was LASA's breakdown of funding for LASA administration, I appreciate the report back. There was one question I had in it that wasn't quite answered. What I was trying to get at, LASA is joint powers, city and county, and I wanted to make sure that if we're paying significantly more for administration, that we weren't paying for services that were going to be in Santa Monica or Beverly Hills or other parts of the community. So Is the county increasing its administrative side as much as we are so that it's a 50-50 split on admin?
Stuart Jackson, CFO for LASA. There is a significant increase in funding from the city that's associated with the implementation of the homeless strategies, and there is a significant increase in funding from the county also for LASA operations and administration that's associated with their cadre of strategies as well. So LASA works diligently to make sure that we allocate our expenses, that are allocated to the city programs and county programs to county programs.
Are the increases roughly equal, or are we paying more because now we're asking them to manage the storage and other stuff?
It's roughly about equal.
Okay, great. I'm good on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So that brings us to report number 62, which I would ask that we note and file with the further recommendation that the funds currently devoted to this data-driven homelessness challenge be reappropriated to other homelessness service priorities. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been talking with Mr. Harris Dawson, who chairs the Homelessness and Poverty Committee, and he and I would like to ask that the data-driven challenge be cut and that the money be transferred to CES regional coordination. Obviously, $100,000 of that competes with your previous recommendation.
Very good. That's perfectly consistent, I think, with my recommendation, so that would be fine. Report 73, I recommend noting and filing.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I've got a few questions on
yes,
this.
please.
Thank you. I want to thank the department and the CAO for the report back on this. Had a few questions. On the $5 million for rapid rehousing vouchers, on that one I would like to ask the CAO to report back specifically to the Homelessness and Poverty Committee about allocating that money not to LASA, but to the county's flexible housing subsidy pool, Housing for Health program. We can have the discussion in Homelessness and Poverty Committee, but I think we're giving a lot of vouchers to LASA, and we have an up and running program that is filling units in my district that folks from the west side don't have an advantage to get into because we're not part of this program, and so I think it's only reasonable that we do that. So I'd like to ask the CEO to do that. On the domestic violence program for singles and families, there were a couple programs in here that had the same report back. It wasn't going to start July 1, and it said HUD Continuum of Care programs start each month, and as contracts expire, LASA will contract with the provider to continue the program. That means there's a certain program that's ending and we're sort of picking it up.
Correct.
Whenever it ends, so it's on
Correct.
a rolling basis.
Correct.
Okay. On the navigation open door centers, Mr. Santana, or I guess either of you, that is where money for storage programs will come from?
That's right.
Okay. That assumes that in some districts there might be more than one storage facility?
Well, I think as part the overall strategy recommends distributing the resources based on demand, and so I don't have the list in front of me to determine whether one district would receive more than one, but if there's a demand greater in one part of town versus another, then that would be the justification for that.
Okay. And last question on item 73 was on the emergency response teams, which are level funded. Mr. Harris Dawson and I would like to request that the $99,000 in savings that was being reallocated to the winter shelter program be directed towards the emergency response teams. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, my pleasure. All right, so where did we leave off? That was 95, yes. 95 is the sobering centers. I recommend we note and file that report. Yes.
on that, the report back to me didn't quite sufficiently answer why there would be two different sobering centers in the same part of town, one by city and county. What I'd like to do is keep the money intact, but detach the location commitment from Skid Row, and that be open to discussion at the policy level at the Homelessness and Poverty Committee on where a second sobering center might be.
The challenge with that is that the funds are tied to a location that's owned by LASA, and if there's not funding attached to that location, we won't have a program, we won't have the funds to operate a program at that location.
So why aren't we merging with the county then?
Director of Programs at LASA. We are merging with the county. The county is coming in to augment the services, so we're going to leverage the 450 and the site that we own, and the county DHS will come in and provide the clinical services.
But there will be two sobering centers both in downtown.
There'll be two, and again, it's because of the site location that the opportunity exists.
Then what my alternative direction would be is if we can't change ours, if we through the CAO could make the ask of the county, if the sobering center that they're opening could be done in some other part of the city of Los Angeles so that we're actually spreading it around.
Mr. Bonnet, it may be because it's the same situation with the county. They may be moving into a building that they own as well. So it may be the same situation.
If that's the case, then that's how they'll answer.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
So my recommendation would be to continue to note and file this report, but with the proviso that further consideration of locations be referred to the policy committee. Does that make sense, Mr. Bonnet?
Yes.
You can take that up in policy committee?
Yes.
Okay. Good. So that brings us to report number 106. I recommend we note and file. Report number 113, the downtown Los Angeles Women's Shelter request. I recommend approval in the amount of $78,400. Report number 114.
That was essentially addressed, at least in large part, by the recommendation to reprogram the data funds.
Right. Okay, so I think we've addressed that one.
Yep.
And then that finally brings us to report number 116, which I would also recommend noting and filing.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on?
There was one other item. 128 was under the homeless.
I'm sorry, what number was that?
128.
Oh, I think that's a sanitation item. So we'll take it up when we get to sanitation.
That sounds good. So, Mr. Chair, if I could just, as a point of privilege, just note that Mr. Harris Dawson intends to hold some hearings in June to really drill down on a lot of the appropriations and get into the weeds and maybe fine-tune some stuff a bit.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate you raising that. We've discussed this sort of quirky process of developing a robust new policy response to homelessness and trying to budget for that before that discussion is done. And I have tried to be very respectful of recognizing that all of those policy decisions need to be made in the policy committee, and we're trying to anticipate some of those decisions, but certainly they don't predict the outcome of that decision making that will take place primarily in the policy committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings us next to housing. Okay, so for HCID, report number 56, I recommend noting and filing. Yes, Mr. Bloomfield.
On this one, I was under the impression that we agreed that we would, without any additional cost, we would rejigger the funding so that instead of having general fund pick up the slack for the just a couple of them, of the family source centers, they would spread that out across all of them and spread out the grant funding across all of them. And I see that is laid out in the report as a way to go about doing that, but I think we need some action to adopt that. I worry if we just note and file, then it was just a good idea that goes away, but I was under the impression that we had agreement on that from...
Okay. So what's your recommendation on that?
So my recommendation is to approve the chart on 56 that has the same totals on the bottom, but has the general fund spread out among all 15 family source centers.
I think I understand where you're going. I see some consternation, though, or maybe I'm reading too much into it. Does the CLA and the CAO have a...
There actually is no impact to redistribute the monies. The only question I was posing to the department was whether that creates any additional administrative burden, because now they would need to track grant funds for 16 facilities as opposed to tracking, for fewer facilities. But so if the department is able to manage that, then we don't have any issues with it. It was only a matter of administration whether that created an additional burden on the department to track all of these funding sources for all 16 facilities as opposed to only 11.
Yeah. Well, when we were here last time, Mr. Rushmore Cervantes said he thought it was a good idea, and so seeing no additional costs, or if there are, I would urge them to be absorbed within the department. But I want to move forward on the recommendation of spreading it out.
Right. So since there's no additional cost to that, and there's no additional requirement within the budget context of doing so, we can go ahead and recommend that for the budget, and then I'd ask that the policy impacts of that be referred to the policy committee for further consideration. All right.
Going forward with the action?
With the budgetary action.
The budgetary action of spreading it out over all 15 sources. Great. 16.
That's the way the budget will be reflected, and then the policy committee can make, concur with that or reconfigure it, but it will be within the context of the budget that we've set up.
Right. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's more of an issue in the contracts. So when those come back, that those would be spread out or not. I think that's where the issue lies with the contracts.
Right. But the instructions from this committee will reflect that it's the desire of the committee to do it this way. Okay.
Okay, so that brings us to 92. 92 has a little over $100,000 in impact. I would recommend noting and filing that matter. Actually, the Housing Committee is currently considering restructuring how they issue those bonds. So it might be premature for us to do anything further on that. So I'd recommend noting and filing. Report number 94, again, this goes back to the Vera Davis issue. I recommend that we note and file it as Mr. Bonnet had previously discussed.
On this one it was to ask CLA to help identify the $75,000 for HSID to continue operating while HSID does the RFP.
Okay. That brings us to report number 117, and that has an impact of 485, almost 486,000. Chair recommends approval of that item. Report number 118. The chair recommends approval of that item. Report number 122, the hearing officers for the retrofit program. The chair recommends approval of that as well. So any other questions, comments, concerns about those reports, members? Seeing none, that'll be the recommendation of the committee. Before we move on to ITA members, we're at 12:30 right now. I welcome your suggestions about ordering in or taking a break. Do you want to continue to try to plow through and eat at our desks, or?
Well,
I'm good for that.
Take a break. Half hour. You do a half hour. That way staff can actually.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Why don't we go ahead and finish with ITA, and then we'll take a break. Okay, so we have quite a few reports for ITA. Report number 25, the cybersecurity report, general fund impact of $500,000. Chair recommends approval. Report number 29, digital infrastructure permitting, recommend note and file. Report number 59, this is the VoIP recommend approval of that item. Now, it indicates a general fund impact of $1.3 million, but I don't know, and I'd have to go back and look. I don't know whether that took into account any potential cost savings that would be realized from getting off of the current telephone billing system. Does it or not?
Unfortunately, we would have to get to the point of implementation of replacement of our old PBX equipment to realize those savings.
Okay, so we will assume the cost. We may realize savings, but we're not prepared to assume them at this point but we may have some.
Correct.
Good. Okay. Report number 78, I recommend noting and filing. Report number 96, College Work Start Program, I recommend approval. Report 115, restoration of 3111 call centers and adding metrics, I recommend approval. Item, report number 119, I recommend noting and filing. Any comments, questions, suggestions on those? Mr. Blumenfield?
No major suggestions. Just on the VoIP, I wanted to outline how much it would, we have the savings, but also what's the cost avoidance, because I was trying to figure it out from the memo. She says it would be 5 times as much if we waited, and the whole thing is $3.2 million. Are we saying that it would literally cost us $15.6 million if we waited a year?
So what we've encountered is we're looking at discontinuation of service in 2020. If we were to try to accelerate and pack 30,000 phone lines and to do that replacement in, let's say, that final year, we'd certainly be paying what adds up to be about 5 times more to be able to accomplish that. So as often one runs into infrastructure, it is less expensive to spread over a course of time and get it done before we run into a crisis mode of a 2019-2020 full-scale VoIP replacement.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Oh yeah, Mr. Kretz, sorry.
Just to follow up on that, so if we pass on it this year, but we begin to actually act on it expeditiously in the next fiscal year, can we avoid that dramatic a ramp-up increase?
Potentially. One of the issues we run into is when you're doing 30,000 of anything, it becomes very important to get an early start. Sometimes you identify issues in midstream, or as you're working with city departments, some projects tend to go a little slower or go a little faster with others. We're very aware of the fact that we're replacing an existing technology with a new technology, and we want to make sure that city departments are not impacted or call centers impacted during that process.
So this might be something worth revisiting at one of the FSRs to see if we should get started during this fiscal year. But if not, hopefully we can make that message clear to the mayor's office that in the next year's budget we need significant funding to really get this started.
Or as we go forward, we might find the ability to spread some of the cost over more than one fiscal year in this initial investment. But I think this is it's something we have to do. There's no choice because the technology is changing. It's going to save substantial amount of money. I think moving forward expeditiously is recommended. Yes, Mr. Bloomfield.
Related question on this stuff. Does this technology allow us to get rid of our fax lines, or how much are we spending on fax lines, and can we just get rid of them all?
Generally speaking, we've been trying to eliminate fax lines with multifunction printers. So we do not purchase fax machines. We do not support fax machines, and we've been moving people into the MFP products.
What's a fax machine? But there's no savings we can get in terms of just officially getting rid of all fax machines.
Likely not much.
And we went through an exercise during the recession to go through as many lines as possible and start eliminating them. So that was something that was one of the earlier attempts to try to find savings.
Right. Sounds good. No mimeographs, no fax machines. Got it.
No.
Don't take
Mr.
my fax
McQuiston
machine
still
away.
needs a fax.
Do not take my fax machine away. All right. If there's nothing further, members, then that will be the recommendation of the. That'll be the recommendation of the committee. And with that, it's now 12:40. Why don't we plan to be in recess until 1:15, let's say. Okay? Thank you.
What's the fact?
Concession. We left off with, we were about to begin the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. So let's go ahead and bring up Dunn. And that's reports numbers 64, 89, 97, and 99. '89 and 97 are largely informational. I recommend noting and filing. Item 64, Chair recommends noting and filing that item. And on 99, the project coordinators, I'd recommend approving those positions with 6 months funding consistent with how we've added other positions at a general fund impact of $175,000. Any comments or questions, members, on those? Okay. Then that will be the action of the committee, the recommendation of the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to personnel. And this is reports numbers 22, 52, and 79.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. On report number 22, the electronic medical records, Chair recommends approval. A general fund impact of $115,000. Report number 52, police and fire recruitment, at least for the moment, the chair recommends approval at $1,363,926 for police and fire recruitment. And report number 79, the electronic personnel records system, chair recommends approval as the savings likely outweigh the cost. So approval in the amount of $180,000. Any comments, members, questions on those reports? 22, 52, and 79. Okay, Mr. Kretz.
No questions. I just point out my concurrence is a high priority with the technological changes that I think will definitely save us money in the long run and are about time that we implement. So thank you for that suggestion.
All right. Then without objection or further comment, that will be the recommendation of the committee.
Thank you very much.
As to those three. Thank you. That brings us to planning. Reports numbers 54, 65, 66, 67, 72, and 112. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On report number 54, the home sharing short-term rental positions, I'd ask that we note and file that request for the moment, given the fact that we're a ways off yet in being able to implement that ordinance. Report number 65, the HPOZ program, about which we've heard so much from the public. Chair recommends approval of those positions in the amount of $247,274 in general fund impact. Report number 65 and 67, I think are. I'm sorry. Yes. Got to clean my glasses. 66 and 67 are, I think, informational. I'd recommend noting and filing those. 72, staffing for Great Streets and Mobility Plan work programs. I would recommend noting and filing. Yes, Mr. Bonnett.
I just want to underscore on this one. This is about more than mobility plans and the great streets. It's also about helping steer the city towards an ordinance implementing SB 743, which is the biggest rethinking of how we do thinking about traffic impacts of developments that we're likely to see in our lifetimes. And if the city doesn't do that properly, we're going to screw things up in a big way. I think sort of the way we mismanaged implementation of SB 1818 years ago and are dealing with the consequences now will be in the same spot. So I'd like to ask if I could CLA to see, there's two different opportunities here. One is a more expensive one, and then there's the less expensive one, $150,000. If CLA could look, I don't think it's likely, but if they could look to see if Measure R is a potential source. I know it's the unit has been funded in the past by Measure R, and it's worth looking under that rock.
Terrific. So we will so investigate.
And that could be for the smaller amount as well.
For the $151,000 for the one associate. Okay. And then that brings us to Report 112, the Wildlife Corridor Program, which I'd ask that we note and file. Oh, I'm sorry. Going back for a moment, Ms. So, did you have a comment to make or a question on one of our previous reports?
We'll be happy to consider it, but I think, if I recall correctly, Measure R is probably already fully allocated. So, but we will take a look at it again.
Thank you.
And obviously, you need limit yourself to Measure R. If we were looking at that, and there are other especially non-general fund opportunities we have to fund it, we would certainly want to do that. Mr. Kretz, on report.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would vigorously disagree. Although there's not much to note and file, since this really isn't a complete report and gives us no dollar amounts on what it would cost to implement a wildlife corridor program or a ridgeline program. The difficulty in grouping them with community plans and general plan updates is there's a very good possibility in both cases that by the time we do it, there might not be anything left to protect. If we wait years to implement a wildlife corridor program, we may have closed many of those wildlife corridors, and in many cases, there are key spots where you'll have large wildlife areas and a tiny home where new development could be done and completely block it off. What I'd rather have back is a report with real dollar amounts, both separately for a wildlife corridor and for a ridgeline ordinance. And we've been asking for a ridgeline ordinance for years as well. So if we wait for years additionally to do a ridgeline ordinance, we'll be lacking some of our ridgelines. If we wait for years to implement a wildlife corridor program, we may be lacking a significant amount of our wildlife. So given the choice between the two, I would rather lose some ridgelines than all of our wildlife. But both of those are among my top priorities, of which I have gotten few dollars towards them, I would note. So if I had one area where I'd like to find a way to make this happen, where we will pay dearly policy-wise for not implementing them quickly, that would be these two areas.
And so I'm going to turn now to the CAO and to the department, but my understanding from the report which did not state any budgetary impact because it assumed that the wildlife corridor program and the ridgeline ordinance program could be incorporated within the general plan update expenses and the community plan update expenses respectively. But can you respond to Mr. Kretz's concerns, and then we'll see whether or not, because there is no dollar amount included in any of this reporting on this, so I'm not sure what we would move forward. I took this as being informational, given the fact that those objectives could be reached within what's already being committed to those updates. But maybe you could speak
Jan
to that.
Zatorsky, Deputy Director. Our preference would be to put in the general plan update. I believe there is an existing motion that is in progress that we can report back to committee on a wildlife corridor.
Approved, which has already been approved
It's already
by council.
approved. So we can bring back the report on that motion with actual costs attached to that, if that's what you would
In
like.
time for this process.
Jason Cleanoffs is the City Administrative Officer. We're currently in a multi-year update of the city's general plan. We were going to explore the wildlife corridor as part of the open space element. The expectation was staff was going to meet with various stakeholders to lay the foundational groundwork to actually identify how much staff would be necessary to not only draft an ordinance to establish the wildlife corridors, but also implement the ordinance. That was going to be done as part of the funding that's already in the department's budget for the general plan update, and that we would report back as part of the general plan update status report on what it would take to actually implement the wildlife corridor. What we've talked about the department doing was, as part of the regional EIRs for the new batching for the community plan program, actually looking at the ridge lines and what we could do within the scope of those batches, because the ridge lines have been, the ridge lines are different throughout the city, so the needs cannot be addressed in a citywide EIR. So as part of the initial batch of city plans that are expected to go forward in the next 2 or 3 years, we would look at least one ridgeline throughout the city and actually pilot the implementation of a ridgeline ordinance affecting those community plan areas.
So what do we think the timeline is for a ridgeline ordinance done that way to be fully implemented?
I'll have Claire Bowen, our citywide policy. We've just started that process.
I recall it being a process that could last as long as 10 years, if I'm not confusing general plan and community plans.
So you're speaking specifically about the community plans with the ridgeline. The community plan program is meant, each community plan group is meant to be about 3 years, so hopefully it'll be able to take place. If one of the first batches of community plans included community plans that had a ridgeline area in it, hopefully it could be done at least with part of it and part of the city during those first 3 years, or sort of within a 3-year period.
So to be the most optimistic, we'd have to have all the community plans take place in areas with affected ridgelines for it to take place in 3 years. But more likely, it sounded like a 10-year process, and so some of those probably could wait 10 years.
Right, it probably would be because the community plan program update is a 10-year process. And so certainly as we're looking to prioritize which community plans we do, we might want to look at the ones where the ridgeline is perhaps potentially most at risk.
And as far as the wildlife corridors, what would the timeline be if we use the process you outlined?
Thank you. So I can actually speak more articulately about that. I am going to be overseeing the general plan update. It's a 4-year effort that we're going to be starting in the next month, but we don't need to wait for the full 4 years to elapse in order for us to start to take a look at maybe crafting something much more specific like an ordinance. But we would use the initial process like Jason was describing. We're going to be meeting with subject area experts to really identify what is the need of a wildlife corridor, what is the space, what are the places we're looking at, what are the wildlife we're looking to protect. That would really give us kind of the basis to be able to really determine what would really we need to do in terms of staffing and timeline to be able to actually then develop a specific ordinance. So we might then, perhaps in next year's budget, come back with a very specific request and a timeline to be able to do that ordinance.
So you could do preliminary work that you would do anyway as a first step on this.
Exactly. That's the foundation.
Could we ask that if you've made enough progress to do this, that you come back at the second FSR with that kind of an assessment of costs, and we can look at whether we can add that into this year's budget in some form?
Absolutely. I think that'd be a great goal.
All right. I think that.
Okay. Thank you. That's a good resolution. I'm sorry. Which number was that again? I've lost track again.
112.
112. Okay. So that was the last of the planning reports. Members, anything else on planning? All right. Well, then with those recommendations of Mr. Kretz's, that will be the recommendation of the committee. And that brings us next to the police department.
I was going to say the same thing on the measure of.
Reports numbers 51, 61, and 82. And on these members, number 51, the civilian hiring proposal, for purposes of continuing this discussion into next week, I recommend approval of the recommendations in that report. The general fund impact of $5.1 million. On item report number 61, the seasonal detail for Will Rogers, it appears would have an impact of $1.26 million. And I would recommend noting and filing that matter. And then report number 82 has a general fund impact of $385,000. I recommend noting and filing. Mr. Bonner?
I'm not going to dispute the recommendation to note and file on those items, but I did just want to voice a note of frustration with the police department. I've been watching this process and participating for the past couple years, for like 20 years. And I don't know that I have ever seen the LAPD agree to absorb a cost. They take up half the damn city budget, and they can never absorb a cost. Their budgeting is, and I don't refer to the folks sitting at the table, but the budgeting process with LAPD is is opaque and arrogant. And I wasn't expecting there was a great chance of having a seasonal detail for Will Rogers State Beach, but I'm really amazed that LAPD can find ways to create all sorts of special details and all sorts of special task forces, can find a way to double the size of Metro, can create this community resource thing, but God knows if anybody asks for an expansion of patrol resources, the department comes back and says, oh, need more money from the general fund. And I just think it's ridiculous, and I needed to get that off my chest. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. England.
Yeah, Mr. Bonney, can you tell us how you really feel?
I'm exercising restraint.
Oh, okay. Well done. Well done. And with that, I'm going to take a cue from Councilmember Bonnet and ask that we actually move forward on 82, but ask the department to absorb that within their budget.
Yeah, and there's no reason that they can't continue to do radio maintenance funding within the confines of their own budget, so long as it doesn't have a general fund impact. That's perfectly appropriate. All right. Anything else, members? Okay. Much further discussion on report number 51 next week, I'm sure, but for the moment, that will be the recommendation of the committee. And the collective comments of the committee as well. So, thank you very much. That brings us to the Board of Public Works. And this is reports numbers 2, 41, and 48. We'll start with just the board. And report number 2 is the Trust Fund Nexus Study. Chair recommends approval of that item in the amount of $100,000. That will certainly, I am confident, pay dividends greater than $100,000 once we can spend that money. Yes, Mr. Englander, go right ahead.
Just a quick question. I'm in support, but is there a way to just phase it in so we can actually fund part of it and get it studied and started?
There's already $50,000 in the budget for it.
Say that again.
There's already $50,000 in the budget for it, so this is a request for an additional amount. So it is being somewhat phased in with the 50.
And is there a reason we can't continue along that path? Or does it need an additional, because you're asking for an additional $100,000, correct?
Fernando Campos, Executive Officer with the Board of Public Works. There is a way that we can phase it in. For example, right now the current budget has the $50,000 as just the initial step to move forward with the RFP process. The concern that we had with the $50,000 is that the $50,000 may not be able to deliver an entire expanded scope of services that we had envisioned. For example, the Nexus study would not only allow us to identify and go through about 12,000 deposits, but also allow us to develop a policy to establish a reasonable relationship between what the money was originally intended for versus what we can use to fund public works projects. In addition to that, we would like to geoplot and geocode where we currently have those deposits. For example, identify which council districts it is in. And then in addition to that, once we have the geoplot, we would be able to layer that information with our GIS system to determine what we're currently funding right now in capital infrastructure projects for the public works projects. So with the $50,000, we could move forward with the RFP. However, it may discourage the pool of consultants that may be available to provide this type of service. So the idea behind the 150 is that we want to make sure that we advertise for the full expanded scope of work and at the same time be able to receive the deliverables that we anticipate at the end of the study.
All right, then I'd be in favor of moving forward with a 50. I don't know if you're putting it in context. I'm sorry, Miguel.
Well, one place that the CLA may want to consider is any interest from the fund itself as a potential source to cover some of the cost.
Oh, okay. I'd entertain that.
Mr. Kretz.
With that funding source as a possibility, I would like to encourage that we follow the chair's recommendation of the full 150. I think the ability to spend $11 million as a result and to do it in the most coherent way, I think is a good one. But if we can fund some of that with the interest, any which way, I think we need to commit to funding that.
Mr. Blumenfield.
I'm intrigued by the interest idea. Is there a way, because I also think this is great potential leveraging, and I want to fund this to the maximum we can to leverage that $11 million right away. So I'm all for the idea. But if we could fund it with interest on the fund, could we not fund the full 150 with interest, and therefore free up 50,000 of general fund?
We don't know how much is actually in it, so that's something that needs to be looked at to see what the actual interest is. So that's why I suggested as a place to look at. I couldn't tell you now how much interest currently exists.
This is interest on which fund? On the fund that has...
On the actual fund that's being studied.
The $11 million. It's got to have more than 150 in interest. Hasn't it been around for... How long has it been? This fund been sitting there?
A long time. It's been sitting there for a long time. Fernando Campos again. The Public Works Trust Fund in its entirety earns approximately $500,000 to $600,000 a year in interest. So we could look at using that interest earning to support and to fund this initiative. Currently, the interest per code, we transfer that money back to the general fund. So if your council wanted to redirect that money back to fund this project, you could. But
okay, so it's not as exciting as we thought, because it's a circular argument because the interest goes to the general fund.
Correct.
Okay, so it's
either way.
It's a semantics to some extent.
It's a cash flow issue.
It's okay. So let's look at the interest, but it doesn't really matter because it's all the same.
The alternative, of course, is you could authorize the release of the RFP, because I don't think the scope of the study has actually been completed yet. And what could happen is, depending upon the bids that actually come back, because we haven't done a bid yet. So it's almost telegraphing how much might be available for this study. So it might be beneficial to actually release the RFP, and then based on the results of the responses to determine at mid-year, and then we can look at whether interest savings could be available to fund the entire, whatever amount comes back in the study.
So let's do this. This is $100,000. Let's have you report back on potential sources of paying for it, or a recommendation in the alternative of deferring this, putting it in the UB, something else, so that we can get the RFP out and then revisit it in mid-year or whatever we can get the responses back. But in any event, I think it's the clear consensus of the committee. We want to move forward to free up this money and get this done expeditiously. So, but your point is well taken about, I mean, it would be like signaling to our contractors who do our environmental impact reviews that we can spend up to $1 million on an EIR dealing with the feral cat problem. So, sorry, Mr. Gray, I hate to. Okay, so anyway, with that, anything else on that point, members? Yeah. Mr. Blumenfield, you're good? Good. Okay. Okay, so that was 2. Report number 41. What I would recommend on item 41 is that we approve or recommend to the CLA funding the additional $1.5 million for graffiti abatement contractual services. And I would recommend not moving forward with the reduction of salary savings that's contained in the report. So $1.5 million general fund impact on recommendation number 1 in the report. Item 40, report number 48. My recollection is this is largely informational. Yeah. So I would recommend that we note and file that report. Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I'm not sure that this was, I'm not sure I have my microphone on either. There it is. I'm not sure this was intended to be informational. I think it was intended to figure out how much each one of these would cost, and then to give us the opportunity to approve them. I'm not sure that the reports have been written in a way that would enable us to do that.
Well,
so I don't know how we get to that point.
Part of the challenge is that the larger policy discussion on these issues is still pending. So, the timing hasn't quite aligned, is not in alignment. So the larger questions about where the positions should go, how many positions there should be, what the roles and responsibilities should be for those respective positions, that is still before your council for consideration. So we're a little ahead of ourselves in relation to the sequencing of this issue.
Well, I'm not sure that there aren't council members that would like to see this move without waiting for an entire year for the policy to catch up. I don't think we're too far off from that. So how do you recommend we proceed if our intention is to fund the positions in both these areas?
Well, the budget reflects what is being recommended by the CLA and my office, which is to move the position into the Board of Public Works and establish a position there, and beyond that, as that individual evaluates what needs are required, then additional positions could be added to supplement that work. But the budget is consistent with what our recommendation is at this time.
So if that's the recommendation, how would we fund that if we wanted to fund that initial position even during the first year?
It's assumed in the budget. So the mayor's budget reflects an assumption that the policy will be adopted consistent with what our two offices are recommending.
So at least that initial position is present.
That is correct.
And once we've hired that position, that individual will help us figure out how to address the other needs.
That is correct.
So it's not just an assumption that one person is doing all those functions.
And we state that in our report, that you need the expertise to determine what additional expertise you need. And so that's...
So the first person will be the helpful expertise to help us take the next steps.
That's right.
Okay, I think that may make some sense.
It's kind of consistent with what we did with the ratepayer advocate. Actually, we brought that initial person in to help describe what the office would look like and what resources would be needed. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to. I kept hearing the words positions. I want to be clear that we're talking about a petroleum administrator and an oil and gas expert, the way the expert position came up, because we're funding the administrator, moving that into the Board of Public Works. That's fine. Someone other than Mr. Hirano should be administering the franchise agreements and stuff like that. Totally get it. But the expert position came about in a very different way. The expert position came about because this council voted, I think it was 14-1 or 13-1, someone may have been absent, maybe it was unanimously, I can't remember exactly, to put a moratorium on fracking in the city of Los Angeles. And we directed that ordinance be drafted and city attorney and planning work on it. And city attorney and planning came back and said, we essentially don't know enough about the field to craft an ordinance that accomplishes what you want and can be legally defensible. We need an expert to help us. And we still haven't done that. What I'm confused about is why we think that the person who is in charge of the franchise contracts would have a field of expertise that would help us figure out what that other field of expertise should be.
Well, I think the recommendation we're having is that, number one, the petroleum administrator be a full-time position. That, in essence, you should think about it as an office that has more than the responsibility of looking at the occasional franchise agreements, but rather do some of the proactive work related to these issues. And so the motion, as I recall, was to bring in a consultant, not to hire a specific individual for the expertise, and that may still be what's required. But I think the underlying challenge that we have today is that, and I think that we all recognize, is that we need the expertise within the city of someone who has a technical capacity as well as the experience to best inform us of how to structure this work. All the issues, not just a franchise, that's only one small piece of a larger responsibility. So in recognition that we don't have that internally, and to act as a coordinator of all the different ways in which various departments, including planning, interface on these issues. And so
that's the administrator position or the expert position?
The administrator, who will then hire experts to provide guidance on all these issues, or may decide recommend a combination of experts and additional staff.
It's just frustrating because the way I hear that, it's going to be 2 years in between the council approving in concept the fracking moratorium and us actually having a fracking moratorium. Have we talked to folks in Sacramento who worked on fracking legislation up there? Have we looked at what other states have done that have imposed restrictions on fracking?
I can't answer that, but we can check and see whether that was actually done as part of the discussion. Just bear in mind that with regard to the experts that were discussed, the council is still yet to actually approve that recommendation, so there wasn't any funding provided. The council hasn't approved that recommendation as well, so the thought was we would roll this all together when we're reporting back on the administrator, and then working with departments and determining that they actually had additional expert needs that we thought that it would make sense to actually have that all included within the Board of Public Works. The Bureau of Engineering has a panel of experts, so that was the thought process. There is, as Miguel indicated, a joint CAO-CLA report on the matter. If that's not the approach that you wish to take, we can certainly look in a different direction.
That report's pending in E&E?
It was referred to, I believe, 3 committees. It's been waived by 2 of them, and I think right now it is pending in E&E.
Okay. All right. So conceivably, there may not be a need to create a separate expert position, that it could be consultants who are hired by the administrator to help us craft the ordinance we need to get approved.
That was the thought process.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to you in a minute, Mr. Kretz, but Mr. Englander had what might be a helpful suggestion, I think.
Yeah, and I think in light of certainly what's been going on in Aliso Canyon and my district, and moving forward in both the administrator and the expert is critically important. In terms of funding, I'd like if you could look at, the CAO's office could look at, perhaps we could use the pipeline money to fund those positions. Right now it's a split between general fund and the various districts because of the impact of those districts. But it could possibly just come off the top first, and then the balance is then split. So if you could look at that and see if it's even legally feasible, that's what I would suggest.
We'll do that.
Mr. Kretz.
I think that sounds good, but I'm also wondering, with the other approach, if you could give us some sort of a timeline so we're assured we're not waiting 2 years for this to move forward.
Well, if the council adopts the mayor's proposed budget, then it effectuates the policy that is still pending your action. So it moves the position, makes it full-time into the Board of Public Works. And so, and our office will certainly work with the board to establish a time frame as to when the expertise will be brought in, and a more comprehensive report on the overall needs for the city within the next fiscal year that's coming.
So we think we could take all those steps within the next fiscal year and have all the expertise on board. So at least we wouldn't be talking beyond a fiscal year.
Yeah, again, if the council approves the mayor's budget, it moves the position from the CAO into the board, makes it full time, and it's consistent with the policy that's still pending. It's hopeful that your council will then adopt a policy between now and the beginning of the next fiscal year, so that it's all in alignment.
Okay.
Mr. Inglewood, anything further on this? Mr. Bloomfield? Okay. Okay, so are we clear in direction on that? I think that you got the sense of where the committee is, but are you good, Mr. Bond? Okay, very good. Then I think that's everything for Public Works. Yes, that was the last of the reports for the board. So that brings us next to ConAd. Okay, so we have one report on ConAd, report number 77, and Chair recommends noting and filing that. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm not entirely clear, and we've done some of this on the fly because all these reports have come back so quickly. Of the 22 positions, how many are we creating in the budget? How many are we funding in the budget? Are they all fully funded, 6 months, 9 months? Can you just give us an overall picture of what would we would be getting if we didn't take any additional action?
With the city administrative officer, in the proposed budget, there's 22 positions being funded. 5 positions are continued from 15-16, and there are another 12 positions that are funded at 10 months funding. And then the remaining 5 positions are funded at 6 months funding.
So all 22 of those positions are funded. It's just a question of whether 6 months or 9 months.
Yes, that's correct.
And how many did you say again were 6 months, and how many are 9 months?
5 positions are at 6 months, and 12 positions are at 10 months funding.
And the remainder are already created. So
yes, and they're at 12 months.
That's probably reasonable enough. I mean, I'd be happy to see them fully funded to the 9-month level immediately, but I think it'll take some ramp-up time, so I'm not sure it'll put a big hole in their efforts. So I'll let that one go.
Thank you. It does seem so, given the fact that it's $3.1 million already with the indirects. So there's already a substantial investment and a clear commitment on the part of the council to achieve full implementation. So anything else on this, members? 77? All right. Then that will be the recommendation of the committee. Thank you. And that brings us next to engineering. We have reports number 1, 4, 6, 40, 43, 44, and 63. And on report number 1, Mr. Bonin, that's specific to your bridge. So why don't you go ahead and open the discussion on this? I yield to you.
Thanks. Well, given the report back, there doesn't seem to be a lot of avenues here to go forward this year. I did want to point out what I thought to be a flaw in BOE's reasoning. Something that struck me in the report was almost a dismissive tone that cars don't use this bridge, just cyclists and pedestrians do. And I feel that jaundiced the analysis of this project. And this is a vital transportation, part of the transportation network on the west side. It is the only way to cross the Marina Channel west of Lincoln Boulevard. It is incredibly heavily used, particularly on weekends, by people from all around Los Angeles who want to cycle or walk the beach anywhere between Pacific Palisades all the way down to Torrance. And without it, folks don't really have a great access point. So I'm not going to ask for Sharon to try to and Karen to try to come back with $1 million next week, because I know it's not there. But I would like the department to reanalyze this and to look at MICLA and other sources for this.
Okay.
So in the meantime, that's a note and file.
Okay. But with that, that doesn't need to. So that report back wouldn't need to be done in time for the rack up. We can consider
Right.
that further.
Yeah.
So, okay. Very good. Thank you. That brings us to report number 4, and I would recommend approval of that item with a general fund impact of $42,678 for this EV and solar power engineering positions. Report number 6, I'd recommend noting and filing. Report number 40. This is a proposal relating to 2 civil engineers for Parks and DOT, 1 civil engineer for Build LA. I'd recommend approval it's my understanding the 2 civil engineer positions are specially funded, and an additional that has 6 months general fund funding. Let me go back and look at that. Do I have that right?
Elise Matson, CAO. The fiscal impact statement for budget memo number 40 includes 12 months funding for the senior civil engineer for Build LA, which would be a general fund impact. And you are correct in that the other 2 civil engineer positions would be reimbursable special fund positions.
Okay, so that Build LA position would presumably be eligible for some fee support at some point?
Yes, the Bureau could add offsetting fee revenue for development services to offset the cost of the position.
So why don't we go ahead and recommend it at 6 months then, and with the expectation that we'll be able to do that. So that would, according to my notes, that would leave a general fund impact of about a little over $100,000.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Report 43 is fee supported as well, so I recommend approval of that item with an impact of $246,000.
So we don't have
Item 40, report number 44. These are the as-needed student positions. I recommend approval. Report 63, the senior civil engineer for Build LA. Recommend approval of that item. And again, that should be fee supported, I gather. How is that just for clarification, how is that civil engineer different than the civil engineer for Build LA that's described in report number 40? Or is that duplicative?
Elise Matson, CAO again. Yeah, that's a duplicate. Since the report number 40, we were asked to review all of the requests in the Bureau's letter,
Okay.
which includes the Build LA position.
Well, let's only fund it once then. So-
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, that's it for engineering from my notes. Members, anything further? Okay, that will be the recommendation of the committee. Thank you. That brings us next to sanitation. All right, so report number 3 provides for an increase in the funding for Operation Healthy Streets. Describe for me, if you can, where there's overlap between that proposal and the $3.6 million that we're devoting to public right-of-way cleanups in the UB. Where's their overlap? Where's their distinction in those things?
Lisa Mowry, Sanitation Chief Financial Officer. We really don't have the overlap in them. The what we had requested, 3.3 million in the memo. It's recommended at 3.2 million. Is for the vehicle lease cost, essentially, from the SWRF program. I believe, well, and the CAO obviously can respond to this, the difference between the 3.3 we requested and the 3.2 recommended may be the portion of that that's allocable to OHS, which would then fall under memo number 3.
Okay. All right, and what's the current level of funding for Operation Healthy Streets provided in the budget now?
The current level of funding is approximately 75% of what we would need to maintain the existing level of service at Skid Row and Venice.
Okay. I'm going to recommend approval of that item then. That brings us to, unless there's comment or question on that, that brings us to report. Yeah, Mr. Bloomfield.
It's 75. The current funding, which is not a decrease from last year, it's the same as last year, but is now will only cover 75% of what we did last year.
There actually is a decrease. There were 2 items in the blue book. One to move the funding over at the same level, but there was a second item that was a $467,000 reduction to that budget. And that's approximately 25%.
So the budget was reduced by $467,000, but to get it back up to current levels, it takes $2 million. That's where I'm missing something, obviously.
The roughly $2 million is about the total. What we requested was the $465,000 back.
If I could add, I think that where there's a difference in perspective is that our office believes that the amount that's in dispute was spent this year on one-time costs that are going to be helpful or utilized in the following years for equipment, for the tools that are necessary, not for ongoing staffing needs. So if you maintain the same level of funding for next year, then those funds would get redirected to either enhance a program, which certainly the department could do that, or if the department intends to purchase additional equipment and other kinds of resources they need. So that's where there's a differential. It wasn't our intention to reduce the programming, because we believe that the base level of funding was staying the same. It was that one-time investment that was we felt was no longer needed the following year.
And there's two things that are going on. One, the $467,000. The large part of that was for one-time purchases, vehicles, some other equipment. Some of that was used, however, for more consumable type items. For instance, for our folks that are out there working, they got respirators. Respirators don't last forever. Those need to be replaced on a periodic process. So some of the equipment, some of the personal protective equipment for our inspectors out there actually will need to be purchased on a recurring basis. The other thing that's happened when these savings were identified early on in this fiscal year and moved over to do these purchases, the level of service that sanitation was providing is less than what we're providing now. Over the course of the year, we've been providing bag and tag services in Skid Row on additional days of the week. We were doing it 2 days a week. Now we're doing it 5. We've also backfilled some of the work that street services used to do at Skid Row is now being done by sanitation. And so over the past few months when we've been doing that extra work, our tip fees have increased. Some of our other costs have increased. So while we were able to achieve those savings this year because we were doing less work at the beginning of the year, for us to continue through next year at the level we're at now, we would not be able to achieve those savings again.
Okay, a little confusing. I think I understand what you're saying, though, but okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else on this one, members? Okay. And report number 28 provides for an exempt service coordinator. I recommend approval of that item. Report number 34 has it's indicated as having a general fund impact of $1.5 million. I recommend adoption of this item, but I would like to clarify and actually maybe look into whether any portion of that funding is appropriate to come from the SPA, and whether any of the added costs similarly could be reimbursable from the SPA.
And this is another one of those circular funding issues you've dealt with, in that the funding for this is coming from SPA, but the impact that has is a reduction in the related costs that SPA is able to pay to the general fund.
Okay. Well, in any event, I'd recommend adoption of that, and maybe that can be reflected in the report back in the rack-up. Report number 38, dealing with the TMDL compliance. Recommend approval of that item. She does that. Does that specify a general fund impact?
No.
Yeah, Mr. Kretz.
I'm not sure if it was entirely clear, but it looked like it might be a special funded expense.
Right. Okay, that explains it.
Circular. The 97.
Doing from SPA, reducing.
Yeah, why don't you want to say that?
Okay, that brings us then to report.
Excuse me. For
yes.
item 38, for all these, this is Wilson Poon from the CAO's office. For all the report backs we just adopted that are funded through the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund, there is a general fund impact in that it reduces the amount that to pay for related costs. So the fund does not have a reserve, if you want to say, and so all the dollars are allocated. So when you increase the SPA appropriations, it reduces the amount that's available to pay related costs. So it reduces your general fund revenues. The other option is to provide these positions without funding.
Okay, so again, we're going to get this analysis back in the recommended amendments to the budget. So we'll delineate those options for further discussion when we come back and parse this out. That brings us to report number 39.
If I could just add on this item, we did receive additional questions from Councilman Koretz that we unfortunately didn't have time to respond to, so we will submit.
As I'm looking at it now, it doesn't indicate any real general fund impact. It's largely informational, but I don't think that addresses the full issue.
Yeah, we received greater clarification last night from the councilman's office, so we need a little bit more time to prepare a more specific response to the email we received last night.
Okay. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if we could separately approve the one piece that is clear, which is the $10,000 for each of 10 neighborhoods that agree to go to carbon neutral as part of the Cool Blocks climate program, which a number of representatives from neighborhood councils that would be involved appeared here today, and which is supported by the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance. I think it's a modest amount of money, and it has the potential to go a long way for us.
I will go ahead and recommend approval of that. I have to say I'm not 100% clear on this program has been divided up among several departments in the reports back, and it's not clear to me why that is, or how that's going to be pieced out, because I don't know that we really have any kind of an implementation plan or a developed policy on this. But we have a little bit from engineering, a little bit from sanitation, a little bit from street services. It's unclear to me how that works. So let's go ahead and approve that. But when it does come back, why don't we bring that back, Ms. So, as a program, rather than as reports from particular departments. The program, so that we can compare all of the costs for all of the departments and figure out whether we can move forward with this and what the potential funding sources for it would be. Okay. That brings us to report number 58. Which I'm going to recommend we note and file. That brings us to report number 75, and that's a request for grant section staffing with a management analyst 2. Recommend that we approve that position without funding for the position. Report number 76. Data management coordinator, senior management analyst, and I'd recommend that we approve that item to be funded from special funds as outlined in the Bureau's letter. Report number 83, the sanitation call center recommendations. I recommend that we approve this item. Report number 108. I'd like the CAO to speak to this because it's my understanding that the work being performed by those positions, or being requested for those positions, is in fact already being performed. So how is it that that's happening without these positions, and what would be added by adding these positions?
Wilson, go ahead.
Wilson Poon with the CAO again. Can you clarify the question again? The work is currently being performed without these positions, is what I'm hearing.
That it's currently being performed now. There's a recommendation for addition of positions.
Okay.
So what's the justification for that?
Well, we're not recommending. These positions were not included in the proposed budget. We didn't feel, when reviewing the budget request, we felt like there was sufficient staff to perform the work, and there was no increase in the workload or any new programs being implemented that warranted additional staff. For the Prop O, the gardener caretakers, For those positions, we've seen different reiterations of their staffing plan to maintain Prop O projects. So what we wanted them to present a more final staffing plan to the COAC and the AOC to review and approve before we added additional positions for those. And then same for the systems analyst too. When we were reviewing that request, it didn't appear that there was an increase in the work plan or workload for another position as well. So that's kind of the justification and recommendations we made when reviewing the budget requests.
Okay. So I recommend that we note and file that item, the recommendations or the requests in report number 108. And that's the last report I have for sanitation. Any other comments or questions, members?
I have a report 128 as well.
Yeah, so that, if I recall, 128 is duplicative of the requests in another report. Is it number 3?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we already addressed that.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Then without objection, those will be the recommendations of the Committee on Sanitation. And that brings us next to street services. Good afternoon. So we start with report 42. The reports for street services are 42, 47, 80, 109, and 132. And on 42, the West Nile Virus Mitigation Program, I recommend we approve that with a general fund impact of $1,037,000. Report number 47, the service coordinator, I would recommend we approve the position without funding. And consistent with what we've been saying about the cool pavement, report number 80, I'll go ahead and recommend approval of that, subject to the comments that we made with regard to sanitation as well. And with report number 109, the mechanized street crews, I recommend approval with a general fund impact of $2,068,000. And then report 132, the additional tree trimming resources, 18 additional positions at a cost of $5.3 million. I recommend approval of those positions as well. Any comments or questions, members? Or objections? Mr. Blumenfield?
Not an objection, a question. On the mechanized tree crews, we were looking into the idea of could the existing tree contracts for tree pruning and median island maintenance be amended to include the tree removal issues? Is that something that's doable, or?
Good afternoon, everybody. Ron Lorenzen, Assistant Director of Bureau of Street Services. The question of whether it's possible, I think the City Attorney would have to address for us on that issue. But I don't think it would be an amendment. I think it would be an addendum, because these are tree pruning contracts, and we do not have any cost analysis of tree removal costs by contractors or any actually historical data to even begin to come up with an amount that it would cost us if contractors performed it.
So maybe that's just something we can look into for the future. Not clearly, it's not going to be part of this budget. I say it's in the recommendations, but
sure,
maybe a way to enhance that in the future. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to admit, I have not read the 132 yet, which came in late, but perhaps you could clarify for us whether the expenses are only being included or whether the offsetting savings of eliminating contracts are also included in that budget item.
So actually, if you were to fund the 2 crews, I'm sorry, Stacy Sosa with the CAO. If you were to fund the 2 crews, additional funds would have to be provided to continue contractual services because if you would like to keep the same service level of 30,000 trees, you still would have to, it would not be for a 1-for-1, at least in the first year, due to the need to purchase the one-time cost with equipment and then also the increased costs for staffing for city forces to provide the tree pruning.
But it would be one to something. It wouldn't be just an expense. There would be savings by eliminating the contracts that would offset some of it.
It would, yes, there would be some, but overall the incremental cost is going to be an increase.
So I just want to make sure we, in our calculations, we don't just include the cost, but we also include the savings as well.
Yes, so this is the cost to provide resources for 2 crews.
But this is, I think the point is this is not the net cost increase unless you calculate it in the reduction in the contracting costs as well. And it's, I think it was unclear to us whether or not that cost reduction is already built into this figure or not.
It is not.
Okay. So this will actually cost us something less than that if you figure in those.
So the incremental
reductions.
cost difference is actually going to cost you more in the first year because of the one-time purchase of equipment. So in order to hold on just a moment. Okay, so in order to continue to trim 33,000 trees next year and to do so while restoring staffing for 2 tree pruning crews, you would still have to provide contractual services money to trim the remainder. And so the incremental cost difference is actually closer to $4 million additional that would have to be provided in the budget.
Okay, so what we have before us now, or what I have in my notes, and again, this was a late arriving report, so I don't have it at my fingertips, but my notes show a $5.366 million general fund impact for adding 18 positions.
Yes, however, those positions will not trim 33,000 trees. They will trim much less because it's only going to be 6 months funding.
I think we're talking across each other. What we're asking is the $5.3 million a net increase for the 18 positions, or does it already assume the cost savings of the contracting?
I think what Stacy's trying to explain is that because it only provides 6 months worth of funding, there still will need to be an investment made with contracts for at least the first initial 6 months.
Yeah, we get that. But it's not going to be the same level of contracting throughout the year as what it was. So I think Mr. Kretz's point is this 5.3 number the net increase after you save whatever you're going to save on the contract? Even if it's saving 1 month of contracting, there's going to be some savings. So it's just unclear to us whether this is a net amount or the gross amount.
Patty Huber, it is the gross amount. It does not assume any savings from the contract as of today. But please note, 2 crews still requires contractual services. To do the same number of trees as what we're doing with contract services, you would actually need 6 crews. And this action would provide 2. So if you want to keep the same 33,000 trees, you still have to keep some level of contracting for that level of trees. But we have not yet been able to calculate the exact reduction to contractual services. We just didn't get enough time to get that number.
And in fact,
So it'll be a little bit.
we may end up making the decision that there won't be any reduction in contract services. We may decide to keep the same number of contractors and add the crews.
Correct. That is an option, and then that might get you a few more trees because you also have to deal with the ramp up of the program.
Right.
So it makes it a little harder to take a huge reduction to contractual services in the first year.
Yeah. I mean, the only point of this question is so that as we weigh this against all the other things that we're adding on, to know how much we're adding on with this program.
Right.
Sorry,
give
I
us
didn't
a
mean
real
to hijack
number.
your line of
Yeah,
questioning.
that's exactly it. Give us a real number that includes savings and extra costs and everything that's involved, so we really know what the budget impact is.
And again, we've raised this many times with tree trimming in particular, but with contracting generally. In figuring out that cost reduction that we can realize from eliminating some portion of the contracting too, we need to also consider the cost of contract supervision as well. So it's not just the express contract amount, it's also the
Correct.
time of internal personnel and supervising as well. Okay, so I think we're clear on that. We're clear enough on that for the moment. Mr. Kretz, anything else on that?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. Anything else, members, on the street services reports? All right. Very good. Well, then those will be the recommendations of the Committee on Street Services. Thank you very much. And that brings us up then to Recreation and Parks.
Street services.
Okay. Starting with memo number 20, dealing with the Eagle Rock Dog Park proposal. I'd like to ask the CLA to look at options for finding the funding for that. I have some thoughts and ideas that we can go over, but let's go ahead and include that as a recommended proposal with a request that you find alternative funding for that. Mr. Kretz.
And I think the council member of that district may also have some potential sources of funding, so I think we can look at all those.
Okay. On memo number 21, the enhanced cleaning of park and restroom facilities, I think that was largely informational, was it not? So we'd note and file that. Number 35, Mr. Bonnet, I'm going to turn to you.
I'm going to sort of comment on 21 and 35 at the same time. I'm very surprised, first of all, on 21 that a program that in the CAO's memo is indicated to be for 15 high-use facilities doesn't include one of the highest-use facilities in the city, which is Venice. And then on item 35, I'm not at all satisfied with the department's report. First of all, to the CAO and the CLA, because I'm going to ask for some looking to figure out a way to fund this in part. We just approved the big comprehensive homelessness strategy. One of the things that we said is we want to have more restrooms. That was a part of the plan. And I'm the first one out of the gate saying, okay, use these restrooms. And we're not going to get anybody to say yes. We're not going to implement the plan if we don't have the ability to do it when folks say yes. So Rec and Parks, first of all, I think that the estimate that came back is dramatically overinflated. Perhaps that's my fault. Perhaps I wasn't clear. I don't think we need to open all 55 restrooms 24 hours a day. I think we could open just a couple of them. And if it's no cost difference to open one building with the 6 or 8 units as opposed to just 2 of the stalls in there, then maybe you could do that. But I'd like to see a dramatically smaller estimate to just open a couple. And I'd like to see if any of the prep monies could be used. And I'd also like to see if there's any special fund from sanitation that could be used for this purpose. And let me make this nexus for this is right now people are routinely all over Venice, not just homeless people but tourists, urinating and defecating. And that winds up going into the bay. So I think there's a nexus with stormwater. And it also means that I routinely have sanitation coming out and doing hazmat cleanups, dressed in gear. And this provides an alternative to that, and it winds up saving some of that. So I'd like to see a much smaller budget for fewer restrooms, and I would like to see us look at some of those additional resources for it. I also think that given that the report indicates that there's some timeline considerations, I'd have to deal with the curfew issues and stuff like that, that it doesn't necessarily need to be a full year. We could look at 8 or 9 months worth of funding as well.
I appreciate that, Mr. Ballot, because this number was a little eye-popping to me too. And if we can recommend coming back with a lower cost estimate proposal that takes into account the points that Mr. Ballot just raised and possible special funding, then we should certainly move forward with a scaled down version of this. All right, so that brings us then to report number 84, restoration of the Park Ranger program. I'd like to recommend approval of that item with 6 months funding, general fund impact of $1.485 million. Report number 26. I'd like to recommend that we ask the CLA to find 6 months funding for the Revenue Commission activities at a general fund impact of $125,000. And then, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. That was report number 26, sorry. Going back to report number 84, we covered. So that's it for Rec and Parks. Anybody else have any comments on that? Okay. Then those will be the recommendations of the committee. And that brings us next to report number 26. And this is the, yeah, I think that's you, Mr. Santana, right? So I've already said I would recommend 6 months funding at $125,000. And that brings us next, if there's no objection, Mr. Kretz.
I'm wondering why we would want to start 6 months late, because it's something we're obligated by agreement to do, something we should be doing, and the whole purpose is to bring us revenue enhancement opportunities. So for $125,000, I'm not sure why we would wait 6 months. Now, it's possible we couldn't ramp up right away, so a full year might not make more sense. But why would we do 6 months as opposed to 9 months and just really get a jump on this?
Mr. Kretz, so it's actually a 2-year program.
Yes,
so it's for 24 months. So
I'm aware of it, but
so
I think we want to start it as quickly as we can.
So 500,000, I think, is maybe what Mr. Krikorian meant was half year or the first year. So it's a 2-year program. So $250,000 per year. So it's not starting at 6 months, waiting for 6 months. It's $250,000 for the first year, and then $250,000 the second year.
Right. Mr. Krikorian recommended half of that starting 6 months in, and so I'm recognizing all of that. I'm wondering why we would delay it to that level and wait 6 months in.
And my thinking is that because that's consistent with what we've done with all other position additions and funding additions to do the partial year. But
this is item 26 we're discussing, right?
Yes.
So the Commission on Revenue Generation required us to set aside $500,000 over a 2-year period.
Right.
So half of that is $250,000. So I think what was intended to be stated is that the $250,000 is for the first half of the program, which is for the full year.
No, I'm recommending a year at 250. Mr. Krikorian is recommending 6 months at 125.
Oh, did you recommend 125?
And I'm asking whether waiting 6 months is advantageous, whereas there are other things where we're just spending money and it makes some budget sense to wait, but where we may actually be getting concepts that bring in more revenue than it costs.
Councilman, if I could clarify, we're contractually obligated to fund this program, whether it's 6 months or for 2 years. And so the reason it's not in the budget is because we know we're contractually obligated to fund it. Once the commission is established and they start identifying programs that they want to be funded, consultants that they want to hire, or experts that they need, then they have a budget over 2 years of $500,000, and then we would be coming to the council through FSRs to ensure that we're funding that.
And so what is the status now of
the commission hasn't been formed yet.
So hence, we really can't be spending 12 months of support for a commission that doesn't exist yet. And just consistent with everything else that we've added for a 6-month program, I'm just suggesting in this fiscal year we fund the second half of the year with 6 months funding, so we have time to establish policy, create a commission, appoint a commission, and get them up and running before we start spending money on it.
I mean, it's just putting the money aside, just so that it's available. But regardless of whether you put money aside or not, the city is contractually obligated to spend up to $500,000 to pursue the activities of the Revenue Commission.
And this can be reported out as part of the FSR,
That's
too.
right.
So to the extent that the commission is formed sooner, and if they incur additional costs, then it would require an allocation through the FSR, so we can make up the difference. As Miguel said, we're obligated to expend it. So once it's appointed, let's say that it's appointed for 8 months, then we could provide additional funding.
I guess to put this really simply, the delay in getting started is not a budgetary issue. It's a policy issue. It's creation of the commission and appointment and everything. So we're just trying to, my recommendation is to approximate from a budgetary standpoint what the actual costs are likely to be given the policy delays in getting started. So we're not making a budget decision to delay. It's a budget acknowledgement of the reality of the timing of actually beginning to spend the money. And that could be adjusted. I mean, if they get done next month and are ready to start work, then we could certainly adjust that. But it doesn't make sense in light of our conflicting priorities to set money aside that we believe is not likely to get spent in time. Mr. Kretz.
Can I just ask that if the Commission is in the position to do something at the first FSR, that we get a report back on that fact.
Sure.
And if they're not, we're funded at the second FSR.
Yeah, no, that would be my intention. I just wouldn't want to presume that and set the money aside and then reduce our ability to fund other programs in the meantime with it. So, okay. Yes.
Yeah. Just so I understand this correctly, this seems like it's semantics, or in the sense that it's not going to, or accounting in the sense that we're going to spend $500,000 no matter what.
That's correct.
We're obligated to, under our contract, we're going to move forward on that as soon as they're ready to move forward. It's just a question of, and the 2 years is going to start whenever it starts. But nothing we do here is going to change the timeline or the amount that we spend on this. This is purely how much we're going to score in this budget at this time.
It's just a matter of whether you want to put money aside for that purpose now.
All right. Got it.
All right. Everybody good with that? Very good. That'll be the recommendation of the committee. That brings us to Department of Transportation. Good afternoon. Report number 23 requested by Mr. Bonin was an informational report. I recommend we note and file.
Yeah, that could go to T committee.
Yes, absolutely. Report number 57 dealt with the grant management system. I just let me explain. I would be inclined to note and file this for this reason, even though I think it's money well spent. I think that there's many departments who have the same need of this grant coordination, and I think that Mr. Blumenfield's committee might be the place to consider a citywide system that might be able to realize cost efficiencies in this rather than doing a one-off right now for Department of Transportation and then maybe having to do many more one-offs. I think it's absolutely a good investment because it will return more than it costs. I'm confident. But I want to turn to Mr. Blumenfield and ask if you have initial thoughts on that, because you have prioritized maximizing grant funding and grant management. Is it worth looking at whether there's some more holistic way to do a citywide system, or should we go ahead and move forward with this, in your view?
Give me a moment on that.
Okay. Because I think it is absolutely worthwhile, especially given the state of affairs at Department of Transportation right now with grant management, which is clearly unacceptable, but it may be unacceptable in many other places too. I'll tell you what, let's do this. Let's go ahead and I'm going to recommend approval of this for now with the proviso that we refer it also to Mr. Blumenfield's committee, not to delay this expenditure, but to investigate whether or not there might be efficiencies that can be added on to this and that could be realized in other departments as well. Because I don't want DOT to lose out on the opportunity to fix their status quo, which is not acceptable.
Right. Well, and even in this budget process, a lot of agencies have been asking us for some sort of grants management system and looking at BOE, and so ideally we would leverage all of it together into one big system, but we don't want to, as you said, we don't want to slow you down at all because it's really important to get the grants.
So let's go.
If it's helpful, I would also just flag that the Department of Transportation currently does the grants accounting for many other departments. So by investing in the system for Department of Transportation, it is an investment in several other departments that we do the accounting for.
Okay. So I'd recommend that we approve this funding in this budget and then refer to Mr. Blumenfield whether or not there might be efficiencies found in a more citywide approach.
Great.
Okay. Report number 98. I'm going to recommend approval of this matter with a general fund impact of $812,000 for this restoration of the speed hump program. Report number 110 is resources needed for the car share program implementation. That one I'm going to recommend, that's almost $1 million. I'm going to recommend noting and filing that one. But Mr. Kratz, Mr. Blumenfield, if you want to speak to that now, feel free. Or Mr. Bonin, or Mr. Englander. Or...
I'd concur with your recommendation.
Okay, good. All right. Report number 111. I'm going to recommend noting and filing. Report number 133. I think that really is informational at this point, isn't it? Did we attach a cost to this? No, we're.
I don't have that agenda. It's not on the agenda.
So what are those?
133?
No. 111.
Do I have the number wrong?
No, it's 111 is the last one.
No, you did 111. That was construction coordination.
Yeah,
133 is the traffic officers.
Oh, that's where that was hiding.
It came in late. It was the last one in.
Okay, let me take a look.
If I could suggest on that one, there's no fiscal impact. It was a sort of a pros and cons. I'd like this to go to Transportation Committee, and I'd actually like to start working with the department over the current year to try to come up with a transition plan to get us done with part-time officers, and within the next couple of years go to full-time officers. I was... first of all, thank you for being here today. You're one of, I think, 2 general managers who came back today, which I appreciate. Ms. Barnett, I think, was the other one. There was a slide that I want DOT to discuss in Transportation Committee that was shown during I think it was the Coalition of City Unions presentation, that the number of hours spent doing traffic control at key intersections has actually gone down in the past 2 or 3 years, which surprised me because I thought the trend was in the other direction. So that's a discussion I want to have in T Committee. So we can note and file this and refer to T Committee.
That'd be great. I think it's certainly been the intention of this committee for a number of years to try to expand the number of part-timers in order to create greater flexibility for the department in fulfilling those different needs. So, Mr. Kretz.
I would applaud Mr. Bonan's suggestion, and also, just for the record, I have noticed just driving around, in my normal day-to-day activities during rush hour, that I actually am noticing more traffic control officers of late in the last few weeks. So I don't know if we've done anything special to start increasing that implementation, but I'm seeing it, and it's very positive. It could just be the random paths that I've taken the last few weeks, or it could be that we've actually increase that and are doing a good job of it.
A lot of it is the regional connector project being done downtown, and Metro is reimbursing us for those costs. I've seen them too, and I wanted to put a few of them in my car and bring them out to the west side.
Yeah, most of them are downtown, so that is probably the answer.
Okay, so 133 referred to T Committee and noted and filed here. Anything further for transportation members? All right. Thank you very much. And that brings us to the unappropriated balance. So let me address first report number 16. It's my understanding that there's still unspent funding for off-site meetings in this year's budget.
That's correct.
Why is that?
Actually, I think Karen and I were talking about this. I think what happened was there were 2 accounts set up in this year's budget, and so some of the off-site council meeting costs were allocated to a different line item. So what we propose on doing to address the fact that it wasn't funded this year is just simply to reappropriate those monies into next year's budget for the off-site council meetings.
And that was going to be my recommendation. So we'll just roll that over and fill the gap that we didn't have in this budget. Okay, and then that brings us to report number 11. This is the no, I'm sorry, 11.
This is just information.
Okay. All right, then we'll note and file that. And we've already completed the zoo. So we have to go back to the controller. And there was a memo that was skipped. What number was that? 16? Yeah, it was 16. Okay, does everybody have this?
I don't have that one. Any extra copies of item number 60 out there?
I got it right here. That mine. I read it.
Okay. Thank you.
I shared it.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and take a minute on that, members, since this just came in.
To spend on broad waste and abuse, 160 grand.
Okay. So on these requests, members, what I would request or recommend is rolling over the existing salary surplus and audit account funding, and recommending these. Wait, let me see. What's the amount of the current salary surplus in the controller's office?
The current salary surplus.
Or projected salary surplus?
Right now, the projected salary surplus is about $1.3 million, but there are plans to use it to buy an FMS module, to do an office build out and kind of like office repair on the 4th floor of City Hall East, and also the budget assumes like a $500,000 reversion that I guess we're going to take in the year-end FSR. There is no, I think there's about $50,000 left over after that.
How much?
About $50,000, I think there might be left over.
Okay.
So just to clarify, we requested in our budget letter, and it's not in a memo because it wasn't requested specifically in the memo, $500,000, $250,000 of that is for the accounting assistance program, and the other $250,000 we want to roll over for auditing resources.
Okay. Members, what's your pleasure? Mr. Blumenfield?
I'm not sure what the ask is, because the memo says the request is $1.4 million.
Correct.
And you're saying it was, I heard less than that.
So there was the request by Mr. Krikorian involved this year's surplus, end of year surplus. The memo request, which is separate, involves the various budgetary items that the controller is asking to restore, as opposed to being reappropriated at the end of the year. So there are two different requests on the table right now.
So the first request was reappropriating
The $500,000
and reappropriating, and that does not
include the requests that are laid out in the memo.
does not include the request.
Correct.
So the total request is really 1.9 million.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think a lot of these are decent requests, but certainly the audit contractual services, where they're showing an ROI of, 16.8 to 1 on 14-15 and 3.46 in 13-14 and 11 to 1 in 12-13, seems to make a lot of sense just from a financial perspective, that a dollar avoided in cost is a dollar saved.
Mr. Kretz.
Well, I'm open to some of the other items, but I think we certainly should fund the waste, fraud, and abuse special investigator as well.
One of the questions I had when this came up initially was how, or I guess I asked ethics, was how this hotline interfaces with their hotline, and whether or not there are cost efficiencies that might be entailed in that, given that from most people's perspective, most wouldn't know which is within the jurisdiction of the controller, which is in the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission. If you're a city employee and you see something going on, you just want a hotline to call to be able to report, and you want somebody to figure that out. So I'm concerned that there's some duplication of effort, duplication of effort, which creates inefficiency, but B, more importantly, it's from the reporter's perspective, it doesn't make any sense to have multiple places for them to go. There should be a single place, a city fraud hotline, if you will, so that it goes from there to ethics or the controller or wherever else as necessary.
So we're happy to look at where there is certainly overlap. There are obviously things that come in that pertain specifically to the controller's office and what we do as mandated by the charter, but we can certainly see where there's overlap and where we can combine resources and report back.
All right. Members, I think we're all kind of flailing on this one a little bit because we're doing it on the fly. Why don't we go ahead and advance it forward, and we'll consider it in greater detail when it comes back. So, I'm sorry, with the one exception, I wouldn't be inclined to approve the salary account reduction restoration. I think all of the departments are struggling with salary reductions. But in terms of the mitigation funding, the audit contractual services, and the fraud, waste, and abuse funding, let's move those forward.
Thank you.
Any other comments on that, members? Okay. Thank you. That will be the recommendation of the committee. Mr. Hale, is there anything else before us? All right. So, members, we've gone through 133 reports. Not a bad day's work. To the CLA's office, Godspeed to you. Best wishes. Good luck. I think it goes without saying, as we said at the outset, that we've presented a lot of recommendations to the CLA with the understanding that the majority of them probably will not be able to be funded. And I just want to reiterate that again, that if anybody in the departments is out there thinking that today was the final stop, it is not. So next week when we get, next week? When are we, what's the date that we're coming back, the 13th?
We're coming back Friday the 13th.
The 13th. It would be Friday the 13th. So on Friday the 13th, when we get the CLA's recommendations back, we'll have another bite at the apple to be able to start to pare this down and make sure that we have expenditures that match our level of revenues to be able to support it. Mr. Bonin.
I meant to mention earlier, I forgot, checking my notes, on the 24-hour restrooms, one other place, potential source of revenue, given that it's mainly at the moment to benefit or give people who are homeless a place to go to the bathroom, if any of the homeless monies that we have allocated could be used for that, given that I'm hoping it won't be that big an amount.
Mr. Kretz?
So just to clarify, budget won't be meeting on Thursday. We'll be meeting on Friday to get that report back.
That's right. That's right. So until Friday the 13th, we'll be in recess. Mr. Blumenfield.
One more random thing. When we were talking about the electric vehicles, and we talked about it earlier in the conversation about potential revenue coming from that if they weren't all free, if the ones that were publicly facing we used as a revenue model or revenue neutral model where we let the organizations lease them to us. If we could look into that as a potential either revenue or offset type of thing for some of the EV positions that we were looking at. But
all right. Anything else, members? Any other comments, questions? Thank you all very much to all of our staff for doing all this work in a very short amount of time. Thank you all very much. And until Friday the 13th, we are in recess.